How's everybody doing tonight? We're here to play some of the new festival for Sonic Racing CrossWorlds, and in particular, this is a big one, as this is for the brand new release of both Tangle and Whisper. This is a big deal for the Sonic franchise, as these are both Archie Sonic characters, which at this stage in the game timeline, we have not seen a single Archie Sonic character in any of the games up until now. So this is a pretty big deal for Sonic the Hedgehog, but just in general, we're gonna just have a nice chill night tonight, playing some of Sonic Racing CrossWorlds' latest festival here. But before we start, I need to have a serious conversation, at least with my YouTube audience. So tonight I'm not going to be on the camera, but in particular, I need to talk about something very important. So we are going to swap to the camera just for a brief moment here. So I've been getting a lot of problematic people showing up in the YouTube chat for a couple different streams now. It's been a problem since November of last year, but it's only been getting more rampant. And I have to do something to limit the amount of spammers, trolls, backseaters that are constantly coming into the YouTube side. So we are trying something tonight, and it's something I didn't want to have to turn on. But with how people have been so aggressive on the YouTube side as of late, I need to do something. In chat right now, if you're watching on YouTube, you're going to see this specific icon where it says the chat is in subscriber only mode. Only channel members, or channel subscribers, of 10 minutes or more can send messages. This is to limit the amount of people who just see the stream via the recommendation feed and just click in here to start trouble. We have had a lot of troublemakers in these past few YouTube specific streams come in, backseat, demand me to do something else, post racial slurs of all things. We've had a smorgasbord of problems, and with YouTube's very limited monetization features for a streamer, it's hard for me to keep up with the YouTube side, in particular for chat. We are not limiting the chat over on the Twitch side, so if you're watching on Twitch, things are completely the same. No real follower-only mode over there, as we don't have these problems on Twitch, but we do on YouTube. So for the foreseeable future, we're going to have on the subscriber-only mode, which, mind you, a 10-minute timer is not that bad. This stops people from popping in who have never seen this channel before, and those are the people that have been causing problems. If you're subscribed to the channel, it's probably longer than 10 minutes. So my regular viewers, the ones that are actually wanting to come and chat, this is not going to affect you. This is going to only affect the people that we want to wean out of the YouTube audience. So something I don't like doing, turning on a follower-only specific thing, as this limits the people that can come and chat. But with the problems on YouTube, this has to be done. And that's something I need to address. Before I actually start playing the game, there's one last thing I need to mention about this in particular. So I can get rid of the message now as we cover that specific topic. But this goes for both sides, the Twitch and the YouTube side. Read the chat rules before you start chatting. Do not skip those rules, because I've been having a lot of people break them. On both sides, technically. More on YouTube than on Twitch. But it's getting out of hand, and I'm starting to lose my patience with that stuff. Hence why timeouts and even bans could come more frequently if you are not reading the chat rules. So respect the streamers, the mods, everybody involved in chat. Do not be that kind of person coming in and being a rude person. If you say, wow, you're playing this thing, or, oh, this is stupid, you suck, you're immediately getting banned. There's no question about that. No matter what side you're on, that is not allowed. Do not come in a backseat. That's another big rule. It's on both channel agreements before you can start chatting in the chats. You start backseating, again, you're immediately kicked out, as we are not wanting that. I'll ask for help if I need to in games, but I've had people flat out tell me what to play, and that is not allowed. I'll take suggestions if I ask, but if I don't ask, please do not tell me what to do. That is an instant ban in most cases. So read the rules, respect others, respect me, the streamer. we'll get along just fine. But don't come in, start trouble. It's not going to end well, no matter if it's on Twitch or YouTube. Just please follow the rules. This is something I didn't want to have to start a stream addressing, but it's been getting out of hand the past few weeks, and it's getting really bad. And it's one more thing, I guess, to say, and this should go without saying, but please don't come in self-advertising. You will also get instantly kicked if that happens. Timeouts, bans, whatever is required based on how bad the offense is. Just please respect and read the rules. So with that said, let's actually get into the fun stuff tonight and play the video game in question. And hopefully things will not be super chaotic. But I do ask my mods, just keep an eye on both the chats in particular. You see any troublemakers, you know what to do. Just behave yourself. Well, let's go ahead and play the video game, shall we? Hey, Matt, how you doing? Hey, wait a minute, what are you doing? Backseating? Where's my hammer? I'm gonna boop you in the head. No, you're fine. If I boop you in the head, it's just gonna give you a bruise, but you're still gonna be here. But yeah, you're 100% right. I don't know why I have to say that to people, but I've had a lot of interesting people try to backseat the stream these past few different streams, mainly on the YouTube side, but I've also had that on Twitch too. It goes without saying, but I don't know, man. I don't think people sometimes use their noggins. Common sense is something that I've noticed has been going away more and more over the years. That's putting it lightly. But again, I don't want to harp on that too much. We're here for a momentous occasion today, so let's go ahead and introduce our Archie Sonic friends into the video game world. And here they are. Tangle and Whisper now appear in our game. And also, I'm using a mod, so their icons are going to be a little cleaner looking compared to the stock game. Instead of the 3D icons, I have a custom 2D sprite stuff. A really good mod. The Crosstalk mod, highly recommend it if you're on PC. New songs were added. And more importantly, right now, just started about a couple minutes ago, it's time for the Tangle and Whisper Festival. It's a whole event going on for the next 4 days. I believe this festival is a little more unique compared to the ones they've ran as of late, as there are going to be more team-focused events, from what I've heard. So, I'll be curious to see how this works. Yeah, so we got tap allies, get rings, and land air tricks, but I heard something about you get some special bonuses if you have friends in the lobby this time, but I could have misremembered hearing that. Our rewards look like they're pretty healthy, so 222 tickets every couple points. So 20 and 40, we're getting 444 tickets. And then 100, 120, 200, and 250. So it seems like every 200 levels going forward. And then it goes up to 300 after 400. Okay. Healthy amount of rewards. Got some decals here. The horn is pretty interesting as it's referencing the wisps from Sonic Colors. And what is this? Wisp Hoarder Kit. So that's a kit I imagine it's going to specialize on getting just the wisp items. Looking really good. Before I jump in, though, we should look at the characters. They also, funny enough, they moved the characters up on the menu. They were like down here near the bottom before, like next to Pac-Man and the Ghost from Pac-Man, but now Tangle and Whisper are near the Sonic characters, which is a very interesting thing to note. It looks like Sonic Team is going to keep the Sonic characters with the Sonic characters in the menu, and the guest characters are going to be separated based on if they're a Sega property, like say with Knights or Joker. And then past Miku, that's when you have the full guest characters here, the ones from the DLC. So, Dee from Minecraft, SpongeBob, stuff like that. Unfortunately, the characters do not have voices, as always. They just have some sound effects here. I don't know what the sound effects are supposed to be referencing, because they have to be pulled from game material, but Tangle and Whisper don't have any game references in particular. So I don't know 100% what the sounds are. But thankfully, we don't have to worry too much about that, because I do have a way for us to hear Tangle Whisper's voices. There's a voice mod pack. We'll be using that tonight as well. I'm going to want to do a race with these two without the voice mod on first, and then I'm going to turn it on just to hear the difference. So before we start the festival, we're going to go in the race park real quick and just do a quick match with both Tangle and Whisper in particular here. And then we'll jump into the actual festival itself and play online.
You dare to challenge me?
Tangle's tail is very, very big. Kind of takes up a lot of her sprite in the back, but it shouldn't be a problem. Or model, I should say. It shouldn't be a problem, because there are certain characters that are too big, and then you can't really see around them, but this doesn't seem to be like that kind of situation. It's really hard to hear their sound effects, but they're pretty faint. It sounds like there's like some sheen going on, like that kind of a sound effect. It's kind of hard to describe it. But this is kind of what we expected. Like I'm disappointed still a lot of the Sega-based characters don't have voices, but the thing is with these two, if they could have done a voice for Tangle and Whisper, they would have to be completely original. Since there is no game, movie, show continuity, nothing like that for Tangle and Whisper, these two don't have official voices at all. So we would have to just make something up on the spot. Which, mind you, this could have been a good opportunity, I guess, to do that. But I hope this does mean, though, that we have two Archie characters in a game now. I hope this means going forward we can start seeing more of the Archie Sonic stuff become a thing in the games. Start becoming more of a normal thing for continuity. Because there's a lot they can pull from Archie, from what I understand. I haven't read any of the Archie Sonic comics, so I don't know the full details here about these two. But I know that Tangle and Whisper are some fan favorite characters. Hence why they're in this game, because a lot of people talk about these two. If I hear about original Archie characters, Tangle and Whisper are some of the characters I hear about. The expressions of the character are nice, though. Gotta give it that. They're very, very happy. Like, both Tangle and Whisper's models are always smiling. Well, this seemed to be a pretty easy race. Good warm-up for going online, doing all this stuff, to be fair. Funny enough, I got an achievement just for winning that. Get first place in 10 quick play matches. You can tell I haven't done much Race Park if I'm getting an achievement that simple. I need to do more of this mode, as I need to beat all of the AI rivals to unlock all their content. And this is the best way of grinding out tickets when there's no festivals going on anyways. Victory song is nice and jazzy. It kind of sounds like that swing jazz kind of music. Really good. Alright, let's go. I think I can go to Race Park and change my character from here. I don't think I have to back out entirely. No, I do. Never mind. Not that big of a deal. Alright, so here's the other character of the two. Again, just like Tangle, Whisper very happy. No matter if I was using the crosstalk mod for the character portraits or just the default, it would still be very expressive. I probably should have had those off just to start, but I honestly kind of forgot about that. Right before this, I had to update some of my files as some of my mod pack was out of date. I didn't have any of the crosstalk files for the latest DLC characters, including Tangle and Whisper. So I needed to update all that information. Last time I played this game was not on my PC, it was on my Steam Deck. So this has not seen some Sonic Racing action in probably about a month. Very happy all the time. This is just a mood. Thankfully, it's just AI, so using an item early like that shouldn't be that big of a deal. This is an online race. I wouldn't want to use the Wisp yet. I would just hold it. Dude, what are these random bombs? What is Eggman's full team, anyways? I thought it was just supposed to be him, Metal Sonic, and Sage, but I thought I also saw an Egg Pawn in the middle of that. I swear, if Eggman's the one guy that has 4 different people, that would be pretty fitting, because he would be that guy that cheats. Because the AI racers, I believe, are only supposed to be in teams of 3. That's a nice little touch. Get an umbrella every once in a while when you hit a booster. Again, that's a reference to some of the material from the comics, but as someone who has never read the comics, I'm not going to get a lot of these references. I know Sonic should probably change at some point. I'm a pretty big Sonic fan, yet I haven't seen any... Okay, are you serious? That's the second time I did that. I haven't seen any Archie material, really, outside of, like, a few panels here and there. Might just barely be able to clutch this out. There we go. Sure enough, clutched it out. Yeah, these are both really expressive characters. I really do like just seeing all the different references to the material, even though I don't know any of them. But they're very, very happy individuals.
I can't believe it.
I was right. There were 4. Heck, man, you cheater. 4 team. Come on. That is an unfair advantage. But of course, of all the people to have 4 people on his team, of course it'd be Eggman being the cheater. There's Moto Beetle. I remember using that back during the global test stuff. So that's a car I'm familiar with. Alright, let's go ahead at this point, quit the game. And now let's load up that voice pack. I haven't tried this yet, as I didn't want to obviously boot this game up before having the Tangle and Whisper prompt. So I don't know if it's going to work fully, but we'll find out. Alright, tab back in the game now. I got the mods all set. And now, if I did this correctly, we should hear voices for those two.
Ready.
There you go. Okay, well, it's a little bit of a mix, though. It's like I can hear their sound effects and a voice. So, this is a work in progress. The characters just came out today. So, mod packs are still going to be updated.
Let's go already.
But at least we have voices. That's already one step further than what Sega would give us. So let's start doing some online racing with Tangle first. Here for the spotlight first in the festival. And since we waited a bit, we're not doing the bump gain to start. We're starting with ring grab, so this event will want to collect as many rings as possible for us to actually get first place overall as a team. I'm going to play a few of these online at first to start, and then any of my mutuals are around want to play this, and I'll open up a lobby from there. Right now, let's get a feel of how these characters are, and just do some solo queuing. Alright, who's the third one in this mix? We got Tangle and Whisper, but who's that third character for the team? Again, someone who hasn't read Archie, I'm not gonna know. Alright, so this is our rental plate. We'll take a look at what it is here in a second. I'm gonna go with the factory. Alright, let's see. Ring range up, so increase the range to pick up rings. Ring gave boost, so we get a little bit of boost every time we collect the ring. And this is the gadget piece we're going to get from doing this. Wing Hoarder. Kit for using many Wisp items. Grant items when completing laps. So as soon as we complete a lap, we'll get a Wisp item, presumably. We'll see how this works actually going into the race. And we get my course to start. I just noticed that little effect. So, it was a little hard to see with the banner on the screen, but Whisper flew into her car with the parasol. That's a nice little touch. Kind of reminds me of, like, Parasol Kirby from the Kirby games. I like the same mood. Oh, did I get an air? How am I getting this air time? I'm just touching a car and I'm in the sky. In hindsight, I probably should have saved that for the turn coming up, because I could have used it for a shortcut. That's fine.
Bye-bye. Full speed.
I'm gonna get hit. Yep. Now, I will say one thing about the voices. Remember how before I said these characters are not from any games, so I don't know about voices? I think these are supposed to be custom. So, no official voice means we're probably just having the fans specifically voice these characters. If I had to bet, because again, I downloaded this mod pack within a few minutes of starting the stream. So I don't know like the full extent here of like, where the voices are being sourced or whatnot. I believe these are custom voices being done by a fan. I just barely missed the 20. Kind of need those rings. It is kind of the point of this event. Oh, and someone blocked my bomb with a Void Wisp.
Here we go.
Good so far, we're taking top 2. Give me the rain, that's a big boost for our team.
Full speed! Hi there, orange out here. Bye-bye. See you next time. Gotcha.
Get wrecked. We're taking at least first and second. I think we might have also got fourth.
Incredible!
No, we did not. I saw a trail behind us. It looked like they were close, but they might have got hit at the line. So 7th and 11th. It's going to come down to the rings now. If Team Jewel wins it, then we should be fine. But we don't want Team Whisper to win the rings. Okay, we're good. That was kind of close. First victory. Love to see it. That's enough at least for the 20 rewards, so we're going to get a lot of tickets here. How many is that in math? I have to do a little bit of mathing to see how many tickets they're giving here. The best festival so far for tickets was the Knights Festival, because that gave you like 3,000 tickets if you participated for all the different rewards. That festival alone was enough for me to afford another AI skin. That's how great the ticket grind was, specifically in that one. But I haven't spent them yet, obviously, because I don't know who I'm unlocking next. But let me look up their tickets here in this festival. Does anyone have the full rundown? The event's still new. A lot of people aren't actually putting down what the rewards are, strangely enough. If I gotta back out and look at all the stuff, I'll just do it that way. It's not a big deal. But normally during these events, people actually have all the different rewards like laid out. So you can just check on like some website and it tells you all the things in each upgrade pack. Let me see if I can filter out the stories. Let's see. How about that's 24 hours? No, I can't really find any of the amounts from any articles this time around. Interesting. Alright, so after this game, I'll just back out real quick so I can look at the rewards myself. I want to know how many tickets they're giving you for this one. And the easiest way to check is to look at the reward table before we start getting everything. Although with this infinite load, we might be doing that here in a minute, because I have a strong feeling this is going to be a DC. I'm glad I'm wrong. That was a long load. When you're sitting there that long, that's not a good sign. Oh, I missed the item. Those boxes have a lot bigger hitboxes than I realized because someone picked it up before me.
Bye-bye. Yep.
Oh, that fist's getting too close.
Here we go. Bye-bye. Yep.
I'm gonna hold this for a bit. 4th place is a pretty good spot to be in, so I could still get some better items.
Bye-bye. Yep. Yep.
I'm going wide to get the 10 ring. Normally do that, but when rings are a priority in this mode, might as well.
Here we go.
This voice is pretty good. I'm gonna be honest on this one. This voice pack is one of the better like fan voices I've heard for any kind of character. It feels fitting.
Hang on. Bye-bye. Yep. Gotcha. Yep. Yep, yep. Yep. Yep, full speed. Yep. Yeah. Woo! Bye-bye.
Please give me a wisp. Perfect. Oh, what happened? How did I hit the edge of the caterpillar? That thing was nowhere near my body and it somehow clipped me? Alright, well somehow that didn't matter. I still got, what was that, 5th? I think I'm 4 spots behind, so it should be 5th. Alright, so this is definitely going to come down to the amount of rings collected for us to win. Because it's almost a 3-way tie about how close the score is. Yeah, not even close. Team Tangle just took every ring on the field. Alright, well, we still get 2nd, so not a bad score boost for our overall reward ticker. Tick up the score so I can get me some more tickets. Here's our first decal. And our next one is only 6 points away. Alright, let's back out real quick so I can do the math on how many tickets I get from this event. Because it looks like a lot. Hey, Kira, how you doing? Oh, what's up, right day? Mine has just been, I feel like the norm for me for this month. Stupid. Like, I can't communicate with people stupid. But I swear, common sense is out the window. It's gotta been my move for the past couple weeks. Alright, no, let's not do that. It's in news. Info, and then I can check rewards. Here we go. So, how many 222s is this? Let's do the math. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So multiply 222 by 11, you get 2,442 tickets. That's pretty good. Not as much as that Knights Festival, but it's pretty close. Just being shy by about 600 tickets. You know, also, in hindsight, it wasn't planned this way. I just haven't felt like being on camera this week in general. So, we're really getting a lot of use of that PNG tuber this week. But it's also fitting in particular of all days to use it today, because of comic characters being added to the specific title. And this is the closest I have to a comic look in my wheelhouse kit. I don't know, probably like the right filter in OBS or something. I can transform the camera into like a comic color scheme or something, but I think this is better.
Hello.
Now let's go to the mall. If that's in the rotation, I usually like picking it. Of the 3 stages, this is my favorite of the 3.
Hello.
What's my hello sound like?
Hey, hey.
Very expressive.
Keep it up.
And this is a really good voice pack so far. I'm really liking the voices, but I also gotta play with the Whisper one to hear her voice too. Wow, another point-up chance? Okay. Hey, if we keep on getting these point-ups, I'm fine with that. Just gotta win the point-up chance races so I can actually get more points. I had a couple of these during the last festival. There was one 2 weeks ago for II, as he was just added into the game from Monkey Ball. And he only won, I think, like 1 point-up chance in that, but it was the one to win. It was, I believe, a 5 times? So that one game alone got me most of the rewards once we won it. And that was a bad festival for me. I was playing like crap. Losing pretty much every single race, except for the ones that mattered in some cases, like with that 1 point-up game in question.
Here we go. Hang on.
Well, sound like Tangle's like Goku there. I don't know why. I think it was just how the voice came out. Oh, this is a boost panel clemency. I was wondering, is it gonna be the drift one again? Drift one's really good. Sadly, no. I'm gonna drop this, try to get something better. There we go. Tornado's pretty good. Oh yeah, good time for us to get our team boost when none of us can use it. Alright, there's no real shortcuts to take here in the mall, so I'm gonna use my Omochal now, which is a good time. I'm getting sliced. I'm going to use this on the turn. This is a very sharp turn, so it's not that great to take with my current gear set. And these 3 King Wisps are going to last me the rest of the race. So let's stick down here. Use one here. And then finally one in the dining area. Going to use this now. Get some rings. And easy first place. This is why you hold your items. Holding those wisps for the very end of the race secured me first place. It does help this week I have Mario Kart experience under my belt, and it was against a lot of high-level players in Retro Rewind. So it really teaches you about how you need to hold your items if you want to win. It's the only way you can really compete with high level. Unfortunately, we didn't get enough rings, so GG's. We'll take second. Sometimes, I swear, the festivals feel like a Mario Party game. You win overall. Second place. That's a mood. Our festival is just an earn rewards event. In a sense, yeah, I would say that. I look at festivals in this game and compare them to the Splatfest in the Splatoon series. It's the main mode of the game you play normally, just standard races, but, you know, with the twist here by having these different events for every 30 minutes, swap around the schedule. So it's a glorified party mode, but you mainly play the festival mode for the rewards. That is correct. You can't grind up on the leaderboard here, so if you're trying to get, essentially, I'm going to just call it VR, because that's the same idea from Mario Kart. If you want VR, you're not playing this mode, because you can't grind the leaderboards. During the actual events, the world match option is disabled. So you're only playing this for the rewards. When you have 1,000 points and have all the rewards, a lot of people end the grinding there. But every 100, or, yeah, no, it is 100. Every 100 points after you get 100 tickets. So you're still rewarded to play after.
Goodbye.
And we usually see these festivals come around every few weeks as they add new characters to the game. So, the next character set will be our next festival, which probably won't be until, if I had to bet, mid-March at the earliest. Because who's even coming out next in this game? They haven't announced any other characters yet for Sega IPs. And in terms of the actual DLC, who is next in the actual release window? Is it the TMNT characters? I think Mega Man's supposed to be last, so it might be the Turtles that are the next paid character. 'Cause I believe Mega Man we're not going to see until summer. I wonder who else I can add. I'm trying to think based on characters they've used in the old Sonic and Sega games, because original All-Star Racing and Transform had a lot of Sega characters they can still pull from. But they got kind of the big hitters now, like with Knights and II. Those are the big ones that everybody knew from Sonic and Sega Racing, but weren't in this game at launch. I need to look over the roster again and remember, because I'm thinking of the more obscure ones, like, oh, where's Team Fortress 2 guy? Give me, like, the Spy from TF2 back. Wreck-It Ralph makes a return. Danica Patrick, oh boy, everyone's favorite. That was probably the most random character in the game, but Danica Patrick was in All-Star Racing Transform because at the time, Sega and Sonic Team, by extension, they were a partner of Danica Patrick, one of her sponsors for her car. So that's why she was in ASRT. But nowadays, that partnership has been long done. So I don't think we're going to see her come back. Sorry to disappoint all my Danica Patrick fans out there from ASRT in particular.
Bye-bye. Here we go.
And I doubt we'll ever see Wreck-It Ralph come back because Disney is not easy to work with. So trying to get any of their properties in your game is very expensive. I mean, what was it for that one trailer for Sora to be added into Smash Bros? The fact that they had the Kingdom Hearts, like, Mickey Mouse keychain on the key, that alone cost Nintendo, like, thousands of dollars, if I'm not mistaken. It was a very expensive keychain. I'm gonna try to go over here in particular. Block it. Ooh, 100 ring. That's a lot of points for our team. Lasts a little bit longer. Perfect. Oh, I missed the item set, though. That's really bad. I was trying to get the double, and I got pushed out of the way. Alright, this is gonna be close, but I think we're gonna take third place. Okay, unfortunately, the other team just got first last second. So we got second and third. But green just shot ahead. Oh no, it was first and second for green, and we're third and fourth. Oh, that's worse than I thought. It's gonna definitely come down now to the overall reward. And even then, we can only tie if we win ring. We can't actually be only first. Nah, that's really unfortunate. That's almost, what is that, 600-ish rings ahead? How did Team Jewel get so many rings? I thought we'd be further ahead than what we were, especially when I grabbed the 100-ring item on lap 3. We were nowhere near the green, well, we were nowhere near green in terms of finishing, so the points were off. And we were nowhere near, what was it, pink team? Based on their ring counter. Alright, let's swap our character. We've given Tangle enough love now. Now let's give Whisper some love.
Ready.
In the mod pack, there's also another file. Maybe I'll put it in later so we can hear the difference, but there is a secondary voice for Whisper that adds a little bit of like a muffling effect because of the mask. I opted not to use that specific mod because, well, look at where the mask is on Whisper's head. She's not wearing it in front of her mouth, so muffling her voice didn't make any sense to me. But I might try that mod pack here in a little bit, and just see how it sounds. But I don't know, man. Like, her having that mask on, like, the top side of her head like that gives me a lot of Link vibes from Majora's Mask. Because it was Hyrule Warriors, I believe, was the game that had Link, and it was specifically the Majora's Mask Link. That specific incarnation of him actually wore the different masks that he had from Majora's Mask on his body. Like, Keaton Mask was on his head, and I believe Fierce Deity Mask was on his belt. It was a really cool attention to detail for the character. Which, fun fact, if you're playing the PC decomp port of the game, 2 Ship 2 Harkanian, there's a setting in the PC port of Majora's Mask to actually give you that effect. So, turning on that setting will let Link in that game wear Keaton Mask and Fierce Deity on his model, which I thought was a really nice setting. Just like the Ocarina port, that Majora PC port has come a long way. Added so many features now. But so has the recomp. Like, it's hard to say which version of that I can recommend to people now. I know I'm kind of in a weird tangent zone, but this is kind of what we do when we're playing these festivals. Because what else is there to say? Drive fast, get ring. That's it. Well, back to my tangent in question. I don't know what I would recommend people to play for Majora's Mask in particular on PC. Decomp or recomp, because they're both fantastic. The recomped version doesn't have as many settings to tweak, because it's a recompile, not a decompile. So it doesn't have access to the full raw code of the game. But the recomp has mod support, so you can do a lot with the mods there. I believe if you wanted to do an archipelago randomizer, so that's the rando that links you with other games, you have to do that via the recomp version of Majora's Mask, as recomp Majora PC does support archipelago from what I know. But there's a randomizer also built into 2-Ship. And it's still getting more features. I think it just added some features via the last update too, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, I'm really glad that, like, we're in this like renaissance of recomps and decomps for a lot of retro games. It's breathing a lot of life into older games, giving people opportunities to play these games that have never been re-released, which is really big for certain titles. Like, I think of games like Mega Man Legends, because Mega Man 64 in particular got a recomp, and that, outside of being released on PlayStation Network for the PS3, Mega Man Legends, I believe, has never gotten re-released. So that recomp is really the only way you're playing Mega Man Legends on a modern system. Even though it's technically the inferior version, it might be comparable to the PS1 with, you know, PC tweaks. It's kind of fun and funny. We got a recomp of the N64 version, not the PlayStation version first. But the tools are there right now, that's why. Kind of upset I got hit there when I had triple wisp. I'm gonna use this now. This is a really good spot to use the King Boom Boo, because people can't dodge it. It's really hard to dodge on the springs. Nah, I only got the one. At least I got a item. It's just a Quaid Wisp. Stay away. At least I can take 3rd place, so that's not a bad end. Oh no, 4th. There's someone else up there. I couldn't see them, but they're on my team. So we got 1st, 2nd, and 4th, I believe. Sure enough. I think that's an easy victory. 1st and 2nd alone pretty much gives you the points you need to win. Yeah, even though we didn't get the ring score in the end, which is off by 72 rings, funny enough. That was really close. Still not enough points to win. I wasn't even paying attention. What exactly are these characters stat-wise? Let me look in between these races and see what exactly Tangle and Whisper count as. Let's see. Okay, so Tangle is an acceleration character, and Whisper's boost. So I would say Whisper is probably the better of the two because acceleration doesn't matter as much in this game, but boost is legitimately the best stat. So Whisper probably will have the better stats if you care about that for racing. And now we moved on to a new event, so Land Air Trick. So the more tricks you do, the more points you'll get for your team. And the plate's definitely designed for getting more tricks out. So let's pick E Stadium because it's one of the better ones for tricks.
Hello.
Look at all the hellos. Hello back.
Let's do this.
Can't find any info for CrossWorlds roadmap, for Vague One, for Q2 Summer, for Mega Man. That's pretty much what I thought for at least Mega Man based on release scheduling, so that sounds right. TMNT's early Q3, Avatar's listed. I forgot the Avatar characters were announced for this. So that's definitely going to be the last thing, probably DLC, maybe at this rate. And yeah, we don't know if that roadmap is fully up to date or not, but things could change, we'll see. I know Sega has not announced any other Sega-specific characters yet for CrossWorlds. So we have to wait now probably until... It would be sometime in March, I imagine. They're going to drop some news about upcoming Sega characters, as they did that going into December, I believe, of last year. And that was after the last Sega character came out with Man from Yakuza, which I never remember his name because I don't play the Yakuza games. I want to change that soon. I have Yakuzas 1 through 6, and I have the Kiwami games. So I own most of them. I even owned Like a Dragon, which is one of the newest ones as well. I just need to play the games because I haven't had time, and I know they're time sinks.
Stay sharp. Calculate.
Speaking of, what is going on with that franchise as of late? It has not been doing that hot. Because the remaster of Yakuza 1 just came out not too long ago, and that was poorly received by fans. It sold pretty well from my understanding, but the fans were not happy because it made a lot of weird changes to the overall story, like retconning some character deaths, for example, which was very weird. I don't know why you do that. And then Yakuza 3's remaster just got pulled in favor for a Kiwami 3 remaster and Dark Tides, like a brand new story, mixed with a remaster of the third game. And that also has not been doing that great, because apparently it's had very mixed reception. What is going on with that franchise right now? It keeps on changing things on re-releases, and I think that's why people are getting upset. They want to use the monster truck, but I have no choice. Take the center path. Nice, I was actually able to take it for once. Every time I try to take that path, it never works out. And then right here, I still have my Wisp. So I'm gonna take a shortcut. Put that right on the boost pad so no one can take it. And I don't know, did I just get pushed out of first? I think so. If I just got told great from the announcer, that's second place. No, I still got first. Latency difference, I still won. Let's go. It's gonna come down to those tricks though. If Whisper gets the tricks, we're fine. But we got it. Let's go. That's so many tickets. I gotta start unlocking more of the stuff with tickets so I can actually use these. And there's my win streak, so I got the Diamond Cutters tag. Oh, that was fast. Last time it took us a lot longer to find a match. Now we'll find it within 5 seconds. I think Chronos will be a good one for air tricking.
Hello.
I need to install more voice mods for certain characters. Like hearing SpongeBob say nothing is a little jarring, so I want to install something for that. The Prime characters are also another one I need to do some voice mods for, because again, them saying nothing, I don't like how they're Sonic friends, essentially, so Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. Essentially, that is what the Prime characters are. But they don't have voices. Why couldn't they just reuse the voices that were already in this game is beyond me. So that's something I want to fix. Out of curiosity, for your sake, Kira, are you still not interested in picking this title up yourself, or do you have maybe some interest now with some of the more content that's been added to the game over the past few months? Because I would recommend, if you're going to get this, get it on a sale, but I think there's supposed to be a sale going on right now for a lot of Sega stuff, including this game. So, PSA to people who want to pick up any Sega-related game right now. Seems like right now might be a good time to do it. Take the top half here and get more tricks in. Boost. I can see a problem if I try to go to first place, so I'm gonna just hold this bomb. Silver can just chill there. I could use it now. Okay, why do you use the boom boom now? It's beyond me.
Stay sharp.
Coming my way? No. Good. Stay over there and boom boo. Oh, really? I didn't expect getting direct in the middle when that's when the drill wisp was coming through. I hate burning this so early, but I do need something a little bit stronger right now. Of course. But it's my team, so it didn't matter. I need rings now after that. I say as I immediately get hit. Oh, I missed the item. I'm glad I slowed down there for a second. Gotta use this now, otherwise Boom Boom won't come out in time. Come on, come on, come on. Just in time. I was almost gonna get overtaken there, so I might have gotten second, if not third. It's hard to keep up at the very end. Perfect. We got second and third. Let's go. Nice, we even got the bonus, securing the victory. I love securing it. I mean, that's just overkill when you already are the winning team and then get the actual event bonus, but yeah, sometimes you just want a clean sweep. I might have done it on a stream. I can't remember if it was on a stream or my own time playing one of these festivals, but there was one specific game where my team got first through fourth and we won the event minigame in question. So we got the max points. It was literally impossible for any other team to come close to first place. When you get clear sweeps like that, you feel good. Oh, it was just funny. I was talking about all these like PC recomp and decomp ports, and immediately one of the things I see on my newsfeed is apparently the Mario Kart 64 decomp port, Spaghetti Kart, just got a big update. Hopefully it fixes some of the bugs I was experiencing in my playthrough of the game this previous summer, because it's a great version, but it did launch in a little bit of a rough state. Big one was when you increased draw distance, the AI just broke. So hopefully that's no longer the case in this specific version. I'll be trying it probably in my own time just to see.
Do your best.
Hey guys.
Again, we are in, I feel like, a renaissance of these PC recomp and decomp ports, because there are so many coming out left and right. I heard something that the PS2 scene just recently got a recompilation tool be made, and I believe that tool has actually made a new port. So we have our first PS2 recompilation out, and I believe it's Silent Hill 2 from what I've seen. And I know that game in particular has had a rough port history, so having a recompilation of the original PS2 game is definitely a nice thing to see, if I was reading that headline correctly. There's so many, it's hard for me to keep up. So, there's a site I follow that lists all these unofficial ports, and even that site is not fully up to date because there are so many coming out. It feels like daily. Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, it is a little bit of a coincidence, to be completely honest, about the timing of a lot of these recomps and decomps. Because a lot of them have been in the works for many years, but also a lot of these tools have been getting finalized around the same time. Hence why we're just seeing so many ports come out. There's also like a 360 one that just came out too. I believe Blue Dragon is our second game to get the recomp treatment on the Xbox 360 side. The Sonic Elite PC port from last year opened the door for 360 games, and Blue Dragon is the second game that's gotten a fully working PC port made. Which, that's cool to see. Because I hear pretty good things about that RPG on 360. But it's locked to 360. I think it's backwards compatible on the newest Xboxes, but outside of that, you can only play it on Xbox. And nobody wants to play on Xbox by today's standards because of Microsoft. Yeah, I'm wondering the same too about the Paper Mario decomp scene, because yeah, they're still actively working on it, if I remember hearing that correctly. It's probably going to take a while until we see anything out of a Paper Mario decompilation, because these decomps take many, many years. Like recently, I believe Twilight Princess on the GameCube just got fully decomped, but that took years to accomplish. That just put it to that should put it into perspective of just how long we have to wait for other projects. We might get a recompilation of Paper Mario before a decompilation PC port. Recomps are a little bit easier by comparison, and they're still not that easy. Oh, it has been fully decomped? Last I heard, it was still in the works. That's cool. Well, then a PC port's just an inevitability, if that's the case.
Stay sharp.
Maybe the people who have been making all these ship ports, maybe they'll be the ones doing a decompilation PC port. Because they've done, what is it at this point, 5? Got Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Star Fox 64, Mario Kart 64, and the latest one was Super Mario 64. So yeah, that's 5 ports from the Ship of Arcanian team, which are the ones that originally made the Ocarina one. Something tells me they're going to be the ones making a Paper Mario port, based on all the work they've been doing over the years with N64 stuff. I knew that was going to be a Dark Omochal. I actually would have held my shield. Oh, come on. Right at the line. And I was moving away, too, as I saw the tire. That took me from, I think, 3rd place, probably down to 9th. That was not nice. Why did the announcer just give me pity? Yeah, I was right. 9th place. I could have had at least 3rd place from that, and we would have probably been in the running, but now it's, no. We'll be lucky if we even get close to 2nd place. We're guaranteed 3rd. Okay, the Japanese version's almost done. Literally less than 1%, so that could be done any day now, which is insane to think about. US, European, and the IQ versions are done. So, yeah, most of the grunt work's done. It just sounds like there's probably a few more lines of code that gotta finalize in the decompilation process. And then from there, people then can start modding the game beyond belief and making PC ports with a full decompilation tool and process. Okay, so yeah, US finished wow, it's actually surprising how long the US version has been decomped. If it's from 23 to now, that's been almost 3 years. EU and IQ finished in 24. So they're probably just doing the decompilation stuff in waves. Hence why the last one left is just the Japanese version. I don't know if there was any specific order they were focusing on for making this decomp code, but I mean, to be fair, I don't know which versions of Paper Mario came out first, region-wise. They might have started with versions that were easier to look in the code with. Who knows? I don't know how this process works. I just know from what I hear, it's very, very in-depth and very complicated to break down the individual ones and zeros from a game. I swear, at the rate we're going, we have so many of these ports coming out. I think I just need a separate drive just to store them all. I have a folder on my game drive here on my PC that has all the different ports on it. And I think the amount I have in that folder right now is already up to, like, 26? Now, mind you, some of those are duplicated. Like, I got Majora's Mask in there twice because of the recomp and decomp. Mario Kart 64 as well, same thing. And then I have some older ones in there, like I have the Sonic 1 and 2 decomps from the mobile ports, but then there was a newer version made, which, instead of taking the mobile-specific interface and using that, it just rebuilt the game from the mobile code. So it's not the same thing, and because of that, I just have a different version of both the Sonic 1 and 2 decomp. And I even have, like, Sonic Mania's decomp as well, which, that one feels redundant because I have a PC copy and the PC version is very easy to mod, but there are certain things that you can get out of the compilation version that you can't from the official PC release. Like, from what I understand, one of the things is the scaling filter only works in decomp. So I have a lot of them, and some of them were duplicates based on, like I said, either a decomp or a recomp being available, or maybe a different version. But that's still a lot. Probably start with the US because it has the earliest date in the tracker. It sounds like that was definitely probably their starting point then, yeah. I don't know specifically why. It had the most mods even before decomp. It might, if they had the most mods, I have to bet that the US version is probably the easier of the 3 different releases. Or I guess 4 technically, because IQ being a separate SKU. It probably is the easiest of the 4 different versions of the game to peek and code for, because we've already had some work done based on the mods. Like, for reference sake, I believe that's why we have a Banjo-Kazooie recompiled now, but there's a Banjo-Tooie one in the works, but that's going to take probably a long time, as Banjo-Tooie's code is not nearly as easy to work with compared to Kazooie, even for a recompilation. But there's been a lot of work done over the years for Banjo-Kazooie with mods, and that made the process a little bit easier, from what I understand. Like, I had a lot of people specifically peeking into the code over the years, trying to make all the different mods. Use this at the end just to make sure I don't get destroyed. Destroy someone else in the process. That might have been a 6th place. That wasn't that great of an ending, but if I get a middle spot, it should be okay. Okay, it's 5th. That's not bad. This is definitely coming down to the trick bonus, though. Any team that gets the trick bonus wins. Doesn't matter which one. Hey, let's go. We had a lot of extra tricks. Now let me pull up my decomp or recomp folder. I'm gonna show you guys exactly all the different things I have as we're like in between the games. So I might as well just pull that up as we wait. Because again, there's a lot. I'm just gonna take a screenshot of it, and I'm gonna just plop the screenshot inside of OBS. It'll probably be easier to see. I can scale it up. Instead of showing you the actual folder, because it's gonna be too small probably, if I had to bet, I'll just show the screenshot itself. Let's first pick our course, as now we found a lobby. Not doing Market Street again. Honestly, none of these I'm really vibing with, so I'll go random. Alright, let me show you the screenshot. Boom. Now let me scale it up a little bit. It'll be easier to easier to see when I start blowing this up. Gonna put it there and move it over. Put it right there. There you go. These are all the current recomps and decomps I have. And as you can see, some of them are redundant because, yeah, there are gonna be repeats due to different versions or just a recomp and a decomp. But this is my recomp and decomp folder right now on my PC. It's 27, so I was off by 1, but that's still a lot of ports. It is insane. In fact, you might notice the Mario 64 one in particular. There's 4! 2 of them are the super old versions of the original decompilation port, which I had to compile myself. That was a pain. But the other ones are more modern, like Co-op Deluxe, the Ghost Ship one. Those are the ones I recommend people play nowadays. Not the original. The original is just not worth going back to coding yourself. It's a pain. And I believe the ray tracing specific stuff is in other ports, so just don't even bother. I'm just keeping those because they were a pain to make and I don't want to do it again. I didn't get to see what this point up was, by the way, because of looking at that folder screen. So I don't know how many points. Let's try to win and find out. It might be on ×2, because I believe that's the theme for this festival. It's mainly ×2s. One thing I need to do with all these different ports is I need to make Steam listings in particular, because I got a lot of them on my Steam Deck. I need to make pictures to upload to my Steam account in particular for the stuff. I like to have a proper like banner and icon and all that. Because I have so many of these ports, I just have a lot of gray screens on my non-Steam game library. It's hard to keep up with which one's which. Oh, what a save. I was about to void out there. I didn't even think that would work, because I was kind of clipping through the floor. So it almost didn't work. That was a terrible spot for that. I'm gonna go down here. No, you don't. No, the last possible piece of the off-road. Oh, come on, this is getting really disgusting. Well, at least I got some drafts to put me up, what's that, 3 spots? The announcer's really trying to patronize me right now. That's not even close to good. It was crap. Like, 5th place isn't terrible, but that was a terrible ending. We were off by, what is that, 5? Really? Man. If it's not the top half, maybe I could have got 5 extra tricks and we could have tied at least. Oh, now we'll never know what that point-up bonus was. Man, we're getting all the tracks I just don't care for. Keep on going to random if we get tracks like this.
Hey, hey! Hello.
Oh, I almost forgot to do something on a social post, because I keep on forgetting that Blue Sky pushed a new update for going live, and that it's exclusively linked to like a Twitch account in particular for that. But when you go live now on the platform, you can say for how long, and the icon lights up saying, hey, I'm live, come here and look. But I keep on forgetting that's a thing, and you have to manually set that status every time you want to go live. So I haven't been using it at all. It's a cool idea. I just think it's a little much to have to set this every single time. And I can't even do it on my phone because the specific issue I'm having is I can't move the menu. And the amount of time you can go live for is on my back button. If I tried to change it, I just close the options. So it's kind of worthless, at least for me right now.
Calculate.
I'll give him credit. Not even other social medias like Threads or DX that should not be named even have that.
Stay sharp.
Like, look, now with my internet overhead, I can stream to the other social media I am technically a part of. But I'm literally one step away from leaving Twitter, so why would I actually stream to Twitter, if that makes sense? Like, that's another platform I have to mod, and with the problems I've been having modding 2, I don't want to take on a 3rd. That's just too much, man. I get credit for the people who can stream to like 3, 4, even 5 sites at a single time and manage all those chats all at once. That is a lot of work. I can barely handle 2.
Stay sharp.
I haven't used that yet, but I'm forced to. I knew it was gonna miss everybody. That's why I was trying to hold the bomb whisk.
Proceeding.
I gotta look it up on Game Banana, but is there a mod for this game that when you have the bomb whisk in your hand, it just starts playing banjo music? Because that'd be a nice reference to the power from Sonic Lost World, because I don't know why, but the music that played when you use the bomb whisk was just, for some reason, a guy playing a banjo. It was the most random instrument to pick for bomb. It doesn't fit. It was a good theme, it just didn't fit the theming of the actual power.
Proceeding.
Oh crap, I'm doing it again. That's why we have our laser on the standby. And that was a little bit of an extension, but I kind of went the slow path, so it didn't matter. I'm gonna see if I can get a better item soon, so I'm gonna burn this now. I love getting a single wisp for some reason in 9th. I didn't get an item, so I'm gonna just work with the wisp. And that's why I didn't use it yet. I don't even know how I got clipped from that item, but alright. Sometimes you just get hit, and I think it's a latency thing more than the hitbox issue. But yeah, with the first, second, and third going to one team, I think we know who won. Not us. It's guaranteed Team Jewel. There's my second set of tickets. Or my first set in this specific point ratio, I guess. Hey there, Ethan. How you doing? I didn't realize we're in the tap boost mode now. Yeah, we just finished a race from the last game mode. That was the trick. So now we're back to normal. Doing well. That's good to hear. It's been a week, but I'm managing. Doing all right. You're more than welcome to join in this game if you want to play some of this festival, Ethan. I don't know if you've... Well, I was gonna say, I don't know if you played any of this, but this started 2 hours ago, if that. So I'm gonna assume no, based on that timetable. I'm used to these events going on for a couple days when I start streaming them, but the festivals for Sonic Racing line up exactly on a stream day to start, so I always forget that. Yeah, that's exactly what I expected. That took way too long, so that's a sign. Speaking of signs, I think that's a sign for me to go and actually use some of my tickets. Because I need another skin. But the question is, who do I use? I think I want to go for Shadow next, as I use a combination of Shadow and Blaze, because they're both essentially the same on stats. And I believe it's 3,000 tickets to get to the costume. I overspent last time on Blaze.
Perfect.
That should be enough. Yeah, it's 3,000 for the AI Racer. It's not 4,000. Like a goof, I spent too many tickets last time, and that's fine. Because I also got more things out of the Blaze levels anyways. Now we have another AI Racer to play with later. But for now, I'm going to stick with Whisper, because I really like Tangle and Whisper characters, but in particular, I'm really vibing with Whisper, especially because she's a boost character. I was playing Arc Knight Enfield earlier when you got home, trying to get your factories optimized. Oh, okay. That sounds like a fun time. That's how I've been spending a lot of my time now with Ball Pit. That's the game I've been sinking a lot of time in the past 2 weeks. And in between runs, I've been building up my little farming area, trying to get more... Mainly right now, I need more, like, trees and fields so I can get wood and wheat, because I have, like, a crap ton of rocks. I have, like, 500 plus rocks at all given times, but I always need the other 2 resources. Because I need to level up more things and get more stats. Such, like, a good mix to have both, like, a roguelike game that plays like Breakout, and then also... essentially a little bit of like a sim experience, kind of like a farming sim, just in between games. It's a good cooldown from all the action. I haven't actually played this yet on a stream, because this Pac-Man stuff came out in January, and I haven't streamed this game since last year. So, let's see if we can get the Pac-Man maze. This is a really cool level, for people who haven't seen it. So I'm hoping the rotation picks it.
Keep it up.
Man, I wanted to go to Pac-Man. Hopefully it shows up later in the rotation, then we can pick it. I wasn't paying attention to the titles in that Monkey Ball Festival. I didn't realize one of them was just called Banana Blitz. Nice reference to, what was it, the Wii game? I haven't played that one. I played the other Monkey Ball game on Wii, the one that used the Wii balance board. Because I wanted to try Monkey Ball with a Wii balance board, and that, don't do that. It was interesting, but also really bad to control. And that's exactly what I expected when I got to try it once. Okay. That's why you hold the wisp. Come here, my teammate. I need to get a bump. Anyone? Well, at least I got a bump. Oh, get away.
Stay sharp.
They just pulled the monster truck out as soon as we're going in. That's scary. Oh, by the way, it's a blink and you miss it thing here. But pay attention when we're going through an area that could have a reflection. Apparently, this game had a little bit of a bug when it comes to reflections in 2 maps. This is one of them. There is a PC mod that fixes the reflections, and I have it enabled now. So, the golden trail here, for example, that's supposed to reflect, like, the sign. It's extremely hard to notice that thing, so I have to literally point it out for people to understand this is a change. But apparently it's some weird lighting bug. Maybe it'll get patched at some point, but for now there's a mod on PC to fix it, if you care about having your reflections work correctly.
Proceeding. Stay sharp.
Oh, you logged in now. Okay, so after this race, I'll open up a lobby so that I can get you in. Gonna break. Can we get like a tap?
Proceeding.
We are literally a tap away. Okay, I'm gonna hold this monster truck here. And use it now. This is a very devastating turn. I'm gonna use this. We'll get over to the right.
Stay sharp.
Yeah, let's go. No way! The frame I hit the button, the literal frame the Wisp Boost comes out, I get hit in the back with a punch. How in the world could you expect that? I could have had a middle spot, and that took me to 10th. I am so mad. It wouldn't have mattered. Maybe if I got a middle spot, maybe it could have shook things up if we get the tap boost, but I don't think it would have mattered regardless. The timing of that was... Oh yeah, we're not even close on taps. We got nothing. The timing on that is just so infuriating, man. Man, I'm so close to getting my second 2-2-2. Alright, let me go ahead now and open up a room so you can come in. Let's see, invite friends. There's a friend. Invite to lobby, there we go. I guess what was setting that up, let me look at the blue sky thing now. I can actually do it on PC. I think I can do the go live thing from here. Yes, it does let me. Cool. That is something they probably need to fix on their side if you're using mobile. I'll go to 11:02. There we go. I meant to do that when I first started, and I just forgot that's even a feature. For good reason. Oh, I'm on the character pick. Is the mousing back in? So I have to ask, is this your first festival, Ethan? Or have you played one of these on your own in the past? Oh my god, that sticker on the Minecraft cart. I forgot during the Nights Festival you can get the little, like, night creatures as a decal. That is disturbing, just being on the front of that car. It's just that car is always looking at you. It'd be worse if it was on the bumper, then it's always looking at the player. Well, that's all the horn is for the Sonic Color Wisps? That's kind of basic. I thought it was going to have a bigger sound effect than that, but, yeah. I'm trying to remember, what was the sound effect that they played for the final attack in Sonic Colors? Because I know they go, like, Friend Wisp or something like that with the announcer voice. I expected them not to use that. But there was, like, some kind of sheen effect, I think, they play for a sound. They could have used that sound. Okay, this is your second festival. Okay, so you at least have an idea of how the festival mode works, since you played one back in December. That's good to know. Starting off, we're doing tap boosting in this time slot, so I'm gonna keep on running into everybody. I'll probably be my own teammates, not Carlin's always looking at me. Okay. I'm gonna hold this for the turn. Oh, that came out instantly.
Stay sharp.
Didn't want to use that, but I was almost gonna hit the goop.
Proceeding. Stay sharp.
Okay, can I get off the wall?
Good.
And into the boom boo. That's not much better. Another one? We just had a boom boo.
Proceeding.
I'm surprised. I mean, that was our own team, so it didn't matter for me, but still, I'm surprised to see 2 in a row.
Go. Stay sharp.
No. Okay, now I get the boost. Of course. At least they gave me the speed back, I guess.
Sharp. Calculated. Go. Proceeding.
It's ours?
Stay sharp.
I hear the rooms. I know what's behind us.
Take it.
I think we're getting 3rd and 4th at the very least. All that crap happening at the very end did push me back a couple spots, but I think we should be okay. Let's find out. Yep, 3rd and 4th, 10th, 11th. Okay, this is gonna come down probably for the taps. And even then, Team Tangle would win no matter what, because the 1st and 2nd. Never mind. And that's the insult to the injury score. Hey, there's the friend bonus. Okay, so that's what I was hearing. If you're playing this festival and you're playing with a lobby of friends, it doesn't have to be a full lobby. You get a friend bonus for every match you're playing into. I don't know if you get more points based on how many friends you have in the lobby itself, but this is unique to this festival because Tangle and Whisper's gimmick is obviously being a duet. Like, these two are always paired together, so because of that, the event itself gives you a pairing bonus, which is cool. Yeah, it may only be 3 points, but hey, every point matters on that little board, so you can get your rewards faster. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to get the tap boost because you need to be near your allies for that, and it really depends on where people are at in the race for how effectively you can tap. Tap boosting is the event I'm kind of hit or miss on, just because of that factor. I like how I can use my own plate in tap boost, but I don't like how half the time you can't tap your teammates. One of the harder ones to actually get the score needed to win.
Stay focused. Hello.
I will say, the voice pack I'm using here for these two characters, Whisper's voice is a lot more subdued. She sounds a lot more timid and shy, but to be fair, I think that is the point of the character. As someone who's never read the Archies, I can't 100% confirm that, but based on her art, she looks more like a timid one compared to Tangle, and she looks like the more outgoing of the two. Hey, there's Pac-Man. So for those of you who haven't seen this one, this map is pretty cool. I think this is a lot better than the SpongeBob map we got last DLC pack. The SpongeBob course is okay, but it barely has anything going on into lap 3. This course at least has a little bit more changed. It's still not as good as the Minecraft course, but it's better than SpongeBob. Plus, I like its gimmick. It also gives me vibes from like the Hyrule course and Animal Crossing courses in Mario Kart, where they change the coins to the respectful items in the games, like rupees and, well, the coins from Animal Crossing, like with bells. So on the Pac-Man map, they kind of have the same idea here. They replace all the rings now with pellets. And you even have the little waka waka sound when you're collecting them, just like your Pac-Man. Well, I like this one. It's very nice on theming. It's not the most transformative course going to lap 3, but it still changes. And it's because of this. You play in the actual Pac-Man maze, and this is different between lap 1 and 3. This is the part that actually changes in the lap 3. The beginning portion does not change at all in lap 3, but this part, yeah, this is the part that needs it. Ah, crap. I get some taps, so I got 2. So let's tap. Oh, it's the drift one.
Stay sharp.
Nice. If we can keep up this push, having first through third right now is really going to be nice to have on that overall scoreboard. I got to use this because I almost ran into one of the ghosts. I knew it. I knew that would be a trap.
Proceeding.
Oh, down in front.
Stay sharp. Proceeding. Calculating.
Nice. I can hold this whisk now.
Stay sharp.
And I think that's first through third. If that's the case, that's an easy victory. Sure enough. Even though the other team got 4th through 7th. Oh, actually, now it is going to come down to tap. If Whisper gets tap, we're fine. But if Jewel gets it, we're kind of screwed. Okay. No, we're good. We're good. That was a little close. It's my second Tangle decal. Next up is Whispers. I'm noticing of the two, a lot of people are playing as Whisper, which... Not surprised seeing that she's a boost character. Again, acceleration isn't bad, but... I think of the 4 different stat types in the game, acceleration is probably the least useful. So acceleration characters don't see too much use. Unless you obviously have a fan favorite that is acceleration. A lot of people will make the character work, to be fair. I'll probably end up swapping back to Tangle here soon enough, but I just want to keep on using that boost stat. Can't help it.
Hello. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Hey, got my pick. I mainly picked this because of that shortcut. Most important shortcut probably in the game. Ran the very final turn of, well, laps 1 and 3. There's our point up chance. So I think it is going to be consistently ×2 for this whole event because of the pairing. That one Coco on the right just does not care. It's not moving. It's not making any reactions. It's just staring. Menacingly.
Calculating. Stay sharp. Proceeding.
I'm just getting rid of that because I don't need the fist.
Stay sharp. Go. Proceeding. Stay sharp. Proceeding. Stay sharp.
Yo, me and the other Whisper knows what's up. Unfortunately, getting screwed, so it didn't matter. Oh, not again. The second time in the past 10 seconds I got hit with that stupid shuriken. That's bad. Knew it. Yep, right in the grass. Probably shouldn't have done that. Should have went a different way. I'm gonna go over here to the left. Oh, I thought I was getting hit by that bomb.
Stay sharp. Calculating. Go.
That truck I hear? I can't tell because this camera doesn't really help for me looking behind right now. No, boom boo! I have to use this now. I'm way too far behind. I was wanting to save for the shortcut, and I have no choice. At least I passed one Whisper at the end. I don't know about that one. That was a rough ending. I might have gotten 6th. 7th. Oh, yeah, this is a rough one. 1st through 3rd on the other side. That's a GG's. The Whisper. We wouldn't even get close. Yeah, no matter who takes it, Whisper just has an automatic victory. That ending was rough. If I was... I should have held the monster truck, honestly, but... I was so far behind, even taking the shortcut at the end would have only gave me maybe one spot at most. It wouldn't have mattered much. Alright, I think it's time to bring back Tangle. Give her some more love. Playing as Whisper now, I feel like for an hour and a half. So, I've used her for a lot of this event so far. What are her stats even like? Yeah, her boost stat is drastically different because of, obviously, her not being a boost character. Her speed's higher. Her handling is slightly worse. Yeah, she's not as good as Whisper, but still like her. Everybody likes using the Minecraft cart with a face on their front. I mean, it makes sense, but it's still creepy. What's better for rings here? Apotos and Water Pals are both pretty good, but I think Apotos is slightly better on ring grabbing. Definitely not the Eggman one. That Eggman Expo has almost no rings in certain sections. They're very spaced out. Hopefully we don't get that one. Why is that a calculate at this point? Why is this taking forever? Trying to do a math equation in the background just to say, go here? Like, oh, that's not a good sign. Could be a timeout. Okay, that was the longest wait time just to pick a course. Holy crap. Someone in this lobby's on McDonald's Wi-Fi. I can't complain about that too much, because that was me 2 weeks ago during the Monkey Ball Festival. So, I have to apologize to a lot of players that I was that guy playing on mobile data. You do what you have to do. Play events. Man, I'm getting nothing here. No rings, no items, nothing. I just get pushed into all the walls. I'm gonna get hit by that fist. Yep. At least I made it over the grass patch, so I think it's stuck in off-road. Oh, it's a drift one. Good. Because our drift plate is not existent during this, and I don't like drifting without some kind of a modifier in this one. Give me all the rings. All the things that give me in a bottom spot, why a Void Wisp? I can't do anything with that stupid thing at this point. I guess it'll be good protection in case of crap at the ending, but there's like... I'm gonna use it now because of that chaos. Use this so I don't get hurt. And what is that? A fourth? Maybe fifth place? It doesn't look like it's going to be third, but maybe I barely took third. I don't know what this is. It was third. Although the stacking doesn't look great, so I don't know about this one, Chief. If we get the ring bonus, then we do win. Nope, that was by a landslide, so it wouldn't have mattered. Problem is, every time, like lap 1 was terrible for me. Every time I got near rings, they were gone. And by the time I drove past the area, they respawned. I kept on getting pushed out of the way of rings constantly on the first lap. I probably could have had an extra 100 on the first lap if that didn't happen. Yeah, rings are better than tap because you actually have something easily to work towards on your own compared to needing to be in a group the whole time. I think tapping is easier when you have a full squad of people to properly communicate with, because then you'll tell each other, hey, drive around this pack if we're close enough in placements. But online, it's a 50-50 if your teammates drive into you or not in tap bonus. That's, I've noticed, the biggest problem with tap boost. Count the players. I swear, in these festivals, I can make a lot of comparisons to playing Splatoon events because it's the same problem. Half the time, it's your teammates that are dragging you back, which is something you can't control. You just have to play your best and hope that everyone else is doing the same.
Hello. Hey, hey. Hello. Hello. Do your best.
So I guess now that I just noticed the Twitch ad break just ended, it's now the perfect time to start new conversations.
Goodbye. Stay focused.
Do it.
Is it? It's not tomorrow. It's Saturday that the Pokemon Presents thing is happening, right? It's the 28th. It's very soon. I wonder what we're gonna hear on announcements for our 30th anniversary. That's usually when Pokemon Company announces a lot of big stuff for their games, like either a brand new generation, some kind of a remake of some kind coming back, or just in general maybe a new spin-off like we've seen in the past for some titles. There's a lot of possibilities. I don't think it'll be another spin-off after we just got ZA. If anything, I'm betting we're gonna get an announcement about Gen 10. Okay, it is tomorrow. I wasn't sure if it was tomorrow or Saturday. It's gonna happen so early, I'm gonna just get the cliff notes after it's done, because I'll be asleep during it. I remember I caught the one when they announced Gen 9 a few years back, and it was only because I couldn't sleep at all that night. So I was up during that stream because I just never fell asleep. That's the only time I watch a Pokemon Presents. Because they always go based on Japanese time, which is terrible for us in the West. Yeah, my big bet for tomorrow's Presents is going to be a Gen 10 announcement. We're announcing Gen 9 again. It ran like crap so bad, we're just going to do it again and hope we don't fail. Imagine. That's just called the Switch 2, specifically on that one. Not even a Switch 2 edition, just the Switch 2. I don't think that game needs a Switch 2 edition. Because it kind of got it anyways with the pseudo patch. And honestly, with how these Switch 2 editions have been going, I don't think we need any more. In fact, we might need companies to not do anymore. After all the Xenoblade stuff I saw this week. Talk about a version that would have been nice to have based on what was on paper, and in execution, they fumbled the ball so bad they forgot what sport they were playing. They brought a hockey stick to a football game. Like, that's how bad it fumbled. Because for those who are unaware, apparently that Xenoblade-specific Switch 2 edition for Xenoblade Chronicles X, it's considered the worst Switch 2 edition we had, because it's apparently worse than just playing the game via backwards compatibility on Switch 2. It sounds like it was rushed. And it shows a lot of clear signs of it. This is why I don't really think we need any more Switch 2 editions, because a lot of them have been getting that kind of treatment, it feels like, where they're just kind of afterthoughts. Use this now. Hurry up. Barely got the first. Let's go. All it took for me to get first is just to complain about Switch 2 editions. That's how it usually goes here. Complain about something, win. It doesn't even have to be the game you're playing. It should just be something else. And we even got the rings too. Let's go. But, yeah, I guess, like, to continue that rant, from what I hear, and this is why it's been causing issues with a lot of people, the Xenoblade Definitive patch for Switch 2 for X, it adds a 60 frames per second mode So the game does run at a higher frame rate, but it doesn't always go to 60. Apparently, it's a very inconsistent 60. So that's not much better than just having the game at a luck 30. And from what I hear, the game uses some pretty bad AI upscaling technology, which smears a lot of stuff. Like character portraits and like environment events look very blurry from a distance, and apparently the game looks really smeary in handheld mode. So a lot of people have been very upset and wanting to just either hold off on getting the $5 upgrade, which that's another point of contention, but I don't know, man. Switch 2 editions are just stupid with pricing in general. But even $5, people were saying it's just not worth it for an inferior product, essentially. I just hope they fix it. It sounds like Nintendo and Microsoft know the Switch 2 edition is rough. They've been getting a lot of refund requests for this specific Switch 2 edition. So that does tell me they know that that's an issue. Hopefully they can optimize the performance better so it's not like a fluctuating 60. Hopefully they can fix the graphics a bit so it doesn't look smeary. It almost looks like to me they're using the old version of AMD's FSR, like FSR 1 or 2 even, like the very old version that is known to put like the strongest amount of Vaseline on your screen. It makes everything super blurry. It does not sound like that was something they had a lot of time to work on. It sounds like it was just, we need something now, make the Switch 2 edition for a game that came out last year. Because it was even, like, there was no hype about it. It was literally shadow dropped on social media, so there was no trailers for it leading up to release. They just dropped it overnight. I don't know, man. Yeah, I would wait on patching before replaying it. Like, $5 is not that much to ask for the edition. I don't like how all it is just a performance update with graphics and frame rate, and you have to pay for it. Because I don't like it when any Switch 2 edition does that. That to me is stupid. But $5 at least is one of the lower pricing Nintendo's done for a Switch 2 edition, so I would prefer it to be free, but if I gotta pay, $5 is fine. I just wish it wasn't this poorly optimized. Because again, it just sounds rushed. And I've seen it. It doesn't look as bad as a lot of people have been making it out to be. I do think some people are, over dramatizing this because of clickbait headlines, stuff like that. But it is blurrier in some areas that I've seen with comparison shots. And the frame rate, yeah, is a little inconsistent. It's better than a, 30 FPS experience, but I feel like if you're gonna up the frame rate, try to get it capped. And if you can't cap it, then I would rather have 30 than an inconsistent 60. That's just me. Like, this month has been a bad month to be a Nintendo fan, between the controversial stuff with the whole Pokemon re-releases, because everyone's up in arms on that. I feel like that's come up every single stream this week. But for good reason, because it's always something that's apparently topical. And then the Xenoblade X thing, like, literally a week later, and it's also just as controversial. Like, man, this has been a bad month to be a Nintendo fan, because you're surrounded by negative headlines. Oh, I wanted that 100. That would have given us a big increase. Ooh, that's a lot of power. Is that 2nd through 4th, or is that 3rd through 5th? I can't tell. It might have been 2nd through 4th. Yes, it was. Okay, that's really good. The fact that we have a lot of the higher spots. It's going to come down the ring again, but if Team Tangle gets the ring bonus, then we still win. But we got it by 2 rings. Wow. That is, I think, the closest I've seen in a long time for one of these bonuses. 2 rings. That's Amy who carried us. It seems like she did get a lot of the rings, yeah. I was debating on lap 3, do I go the right path to get the 100 ring? But I was getting slammed by items, so I knew I needed some items to replace my stock. Otherwise, I wouldn't have went up for the 100 ring pack. And that would have guaranteed the victory, but I'm glad we still got it. I was worried that was going to cost us the race. When it comes down to that close a ring count, literally one bad move on routing actually does count you the race out. It's insane. But yeah, I agree with Gen 10 announcement. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the last anniversary. Because they announced Gen 9 the same year it came out in 22. I was trying to think, like, no, they announced the RCS game for the last big anniversary. That's what I'm trying to remember which is what, and yeah, that was that. We're due for a new generation anyways, because Gen 9 was 22, so that was 4 years ago at this point. So by the time a new Pokemon game would come out in the holidays, it would be 4 years since the last generation. And it's usually about, what is it, like 3 to 5 years in between major generations. And an anniversary is a perfect time to see a new jump. It just makes the most sense. Meanwhile, you're over here as a Zelda fan, and you got the news for what you get this year for the big, was it like 40th anniversary for that? Or is it 35? I think it's 35. And it's like some weird promotion thing they're doing with, I think, like candy or something? That's the announcement we got so far. Just like, nothing, got it. Hopefully we hear something later in the year. The last big Zelda game was a few years ago at this point, with Tears of the Kingdom. So I do think that series is also due for an announcement of the next mainline game. Because we got a lot of spin-off sense, but mainline, it's been a bit. And the anniversary makes sense to announce one. There's been talks for whatever reason about an Ocarina of Time remaster for Switch 2, and I don't know where the heck people are pulling this out of. That, I don't think is going to happen at all. We have the game on the Switch 2/Switch 1 via the N64 app. So Ocarina of Time is already playable on Switch. Not to mention, if anything, I think they would re-release either the 3D games in some fashion, or finally give us Wind Waker HD, Twilight Princess HD. Because there's been talks of that for literally 8 years. But internally, there's even talks that, oh, we're not ruling it out that we release Wind Waker on the Switch 2 via NSO. Doesn't mean we're not going to release HD at some point. Because they know that's been a big ask, and Nintendo's been teasing us with that ever since. I would just like to see those games get off of Wii U. Because they're one of the very few Wii U games that are left exclusively. For Nintendo's sake, I believe it's mainly the 2 Zelda remakes and Star Fox at this point. And then Paper Mario, but I don't think Paper Mario Color Splash would come back due to it heavily using the Wii U gamepad. To be fair, I say the same about Star Fox Zero, same issue. Wind Waker and Twilight Princess can easily work on something non-Wii U, so they're the big games left. And we've been teased with that for so many years. So who knows? Oh, you DC'd. Alright, I'll get you back in after this game then, Ethan. We'll just remake a room. Thanks. I like getting a tap into the grass. That did not help me at all. There's my boost. Alright, do this, because then I can get the double pack and a lot of rings. Just stay away. Oh, crap. Well, don't worry. Your spirit got, I think, 5th place, Ethan, so you still contributed to the team. Yeah, I was right, 5th. We got 3rd through 6th. That's not bad. Gives us a lot of points. It still comes down to rings, but if Team Jewel gets the ring bonus, we're fine. They are all Tangle, by the way. I just noticed that. That is hilarious. Alright, we got it. Cool. Computer plays better than I do. That's a feel. I swear sometimes that's the same for me. So, I know that mood. At least that wasn't one of the point-up games. If that was a point-up game and you get the DC, that would have really been stupid, but in a standard match, it doesn't really matter. They have the same feeling as when you get those like 10x, 100x, or even the 3-3-3 game I've never seen in my life before for Splatoon 3's Splatfests. It's nice to have them, but at the same time, doesn't necessarily matter too much if you can't play a game like that all the time. But getting DC from one just sucks. Speaking of Splatoon, I did read during that last extra work that was supposed to be the final, like, brand new layout. So now we're going back to these old layouts going forward. But the thing is, like, we've used all the maps, like, a year or so ago, so it didn't really feel that different. You get some different weapon combos, some different waves, but it still felt like the same old event from day one. That's an event I think either needs to get a complete overhaul going into a new Splatoon title, or just needs to be left behind, because extra work was just the most boring of the 3 events. You play it for a few minutes, get a high score, and then you kind of feel done. That's why I stopped streaming them, because there was just no real incentive to play anymore. I just played the rest of my own time. And even then, when I played it, I think the most time I put in after that was probably an hour tops in the events. Not much. Speaking of that franchise, that's another thing I want to see announced at some point. And I mean a date, because holy crap, what happened with Splatoon Raiders? They announced that game in the summer. Looks like it might come out that same year based on ESRB ratings and such, and then radio silence. I think the rating thing was a false positive kind of situation. Like, that was definitely something that was more of a rumor than a guarantee leak. We have not heard about that game since June. I think we need some kind of information at some point. To be fair, I believe we are due for a proper, like, Nintendo Direct soon. We had a partner showcase a few weeks ago, but we're due for a full-on Direct at some point, because outside of the new Yoshi game that we still don't think we even have a title for, we know nothing else coming out for the Switch 2 from Nintendo themselves right now. That's the last big game I can think of. That's not great. Like, they have been so radio silent with Switch 2 games since the system's come out. They've given us, like, 3 or 4 games at a time on announcements. It's insane. I forgot Mario Tennis Fever even came out. And then I saw people playing online. It's like, wait, the game came out? Because there was, like, no build-up to it. It just showed up. And even then, apparently, the game's already falling off pretty bad, which is not surprising, because the price tag is extremely high. $70 for a tennis game is a lot to ask for. But I heard that, I think it was like earlier this week, they changed something about the online matchmaking for Mario Tennis Fever. I guess because they were getting some complaints about lag. So the game had matchmaking where you can play with people all around the world. But now they changed it so matchmaking only gives you players in your region. And that's apparently making the game really hard to play online. Like, people can't find matches now because of that change. It's really stupid. Like, if you live in Australia, good luck trying to play with someone. Like, it's that bad from what I hear. But the game didn't even have a minute in the sun before it just pretty much got taken out back and its population went to 0. That's sad to see.
Here we go.
Over here. I gotta go. I use the void here. I didn't want to get pushed down here, but I guess I'm here now. You never want to take this path. There's nothing here. It's just a bunch of boosters. Path sucks. Okay, good. That was really good time to get invincibility, but that was not a great finish for me. I think I still got 6. Everyone was so far ahead. It was hard to keep up. And again, I got bumped in the lower path, so that kind of screwed me. Yikes. First through 4 for Team Whisper. I think I know who won. Just calling it a hunch. And they got the clean sweep. All 4 placements they needed, and the bonus. 56 is the highest amount you can score in this kind of event. So we just got stomped on. I mean, none of these are great, but I think the better course is probably Superstars, I guess. Talk about Nothing Burger's setup of courses here. Like, holy crap. 2 of them are from games that are just okay, at best.
Hello.
Yeah, also even like for rings, like the Superstar course isn't that bad because there's a lot of rings, especially at the ending, they can grab. But yeah, for rings, there's almost nothing here too. Oh, this is the worst of the 3 though for rings because Aqua has nothing in some stretches. I'm gonna save this for the bridge at the end of lap 1. That'll get me into the grass area there. Ah, crap. It's not ours. Yep, I know it's gonna hurt. Wow, I got the side swipe. I didn't expect that magnet to work that fast. That's just kind of lucky. Well, that just went nowhere. I was trying to hit the people in front of me, not throw it off the cliff.
Bye-bye.
Oh, crap. Yep, I knew that was gonna go way too far to the side. And I love falling here. I say with the biggest amount of sarcasm because falling in this area sucks for respawns. I went from 2nd to 12th because I fell off a ledge. I can't hold this drill for too long. We're gonna see if I can run it a little bit higher up. It could be useful in different areas than here. Plus, we're pretty much right on the edge of boost, and this is gonna help me a lot. Alright, I'm gonna use the drill, I think, here. Have, like, no real... Well, no, not here. I'm gonna use it here after the rings. So use it now. Takes me out of the full turn. And then after, use a monster truck to take a shortcut here. And I think that was 5th? If that's 5th place, I'll be shocked. Because I was in 12th going into this lap. Yeah, sure enough. Might come down the rings. Because, yeah, it's pretty much a 3-way tie. If you really want to bring it down. Because the points are so close, the 10-point will make anyone first place. And Tangle just went from first place to super first place. The worst one to get it. As much as I enjoyed these two, I think now it's time to swap to my AI racer. Because we just unlocked Shadow, so I'm gonna give him some love now. His voice sounds really good synthesized like this. I really do wish that that was just in the game proper, but these AI voices have to be modded, unfortunately. Like, their little grunts and groans is cool and all, but yeah, that just modulating the voice, I think, was a better thing to do, because these sound so good. Ocean and Kronos are both good for tricks, but I think Kronos is probably the better pick. I mean, the Ocean one does have a lot in the middle for, like, the wave section. You can do a lot of tricks off of just driving in the water. But I'm a little more partial for Kronos being one of my favorite tracks anyways. Damn, my Cher's arms moving back and forth, that picks up on the mic in the stream, but not from my PNG guy. I don't understand that. All right. They're similar noise gates. I will say, every point-up chance being just a ×2 is a little underwhelming. Like, it's neat for theming, because of the duo being added to the game, sure. But ×2 points, that's not as much as you think. Like, if you get 70 points at the end of a race, that goes to 140. So, that sounds like a lot. But when they have times 5 and times 8 in the pool normally, it's not as much. Because like times 5 and times 8 can give you a good chunk of the rewards. I thought I was gonna get hit for a second there with that bomb, but I'm getting hit with this. I'd rather tank the hit right now than use the wisp and try to dodge. I'm probably gonna fail. Should be just enough. Again? Really? Every time I get in the first place, I guess that's just a terrible idea. Because I keep on getting the boom boo. Ah, crap, that pushed me into the magnet. I'm gonna go around here so I can get a double. That's the third one this race. And boom boos all over the place. And I have some wisps to spare. I don't normally take this cut, but right now I can take it. That's the fourth one! Holy crap, there's so many boom boos for this. That's gotta be it, right? I don't think I've ever seen 4 in one race. I feel like you see them more in the festivals because of the team mechanic, but holy crap. 4 in 1 is just insane. That's a 5th. Oh my god. 5 in one race is extreme. Never seen that many boom boos in one race in my life. And unfortunately, that Blaze player did barely overtake first place at the end. They came out of nowhere with that drill. So right now with Time Whisper, we do need the points. It pretty much is down to any of the teams based on the bonus. Very close. I swear Zavik just looks like he's happy to be here. Or Zaz, excuse me. I don't even know why they're in this, man. Like, nobody remembers the Deadly Six except Sonic Team somehow. Because they're in, like, every spin-off game after Lost World. But only specifically Zaz and Zavik. Not the others. It's just those two. Which I guess speaking of that random, like, pullback that Sonic Team's been doing with these specific 2 characters, another, like, weird pull out of nowhere is, I believe, the Sonic the Hedgehog YouTube channel updated their profile banner, but the games they used were the 2010 Sonics, and half of those games are considered some of the worst in the franchise. Like, they got Sonic Boom, Rise of Lyric, and Sonic Forces displayed proudly on their YouTube channel's banner. Why? That is so why? Of all the games to reference, why are they referencing the game that killed a studio? They never talk about the Sonic Boom stuff. Outside of Archie, they have ignored that ever since the cartoon has ended. And it's been for good reason. Everything Sonic Boom related flopped. Everything. The games, the show. The Archie stuff was the only stuff that was somewhat popular, but it was because it was already popular being an Archie comic series. That's why. It's just so weird to see Sonic Team and Sega in general reference Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, the worst game of the Sonic Boom franchise. Oh, you DC'd again. Oh, right when we were matchmaking, too. That's unfortunate timing. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but I'll get you back in after this. But yeah, no, seriously, just all things with Sonic Team to reference. Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric is like not a thing on my bingo card. It's sad that that game killed a studio. Big Red Button had a lot of potential based on some of the names that were working in that studio, but they were dealt the worst hand imaginable. Being told to make a game that was radically different from any other Sonic title, and also have to create these brand new designs for like a Western Sonic. But in the middle of development told last second, hey, wait a minute. This needs to be a Wii U game because of this contract we made with Nintendo. So you need to make this now on Wii U hardware. Which was the worst decision because that legitimately screwed the whole development up. They were making the game on PCs to begin with, and then they were going to make it compatible on like the PS4 and the Xbox One. So to go to the Wii U hardware was a terrible move because the engine they used wasn't even designed for Wii U in mind. That's why the game ran like garbage. Because it was it was an Unreal game, and Unreal Engine just did not play nice with Wii U at all. I feel bad for those devs because, again, they were dealt a bad hand. If they got any other project under their tail, then maybe they could have... Really? The double trap? Maybe they could have still survived and been around today, but the only thing we know that team made was Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Because then after that, they went radio silent, and then a few years later, doors were shut. That's why we leave that game in the past, because it legitimately screwed out a company from existing. No one's going to take the cut here. That's why I have Big Bomb. Oh, come on. The like last set of pixels of those wheels touched me. The car was nowhere near me based on how I got crushed. That's pretty stupid. I think green has it regardless, because that's mostly high placements. Although, if we get the air trick bonus, we can at least tie for first. And tying for first still counts as winning. But Team Tangle gets to have that prize. Man, this was a ×2 as well, so that's just kind of unfortunate. We're the only team that doesn't get the point bonus. That just feels mean. 2 teams get ×2 points. And we're over here just with the participation trophy. Let me go ahead and send that invite again. Get you back in, Ethan. I don't know what's been going on with the netcode, too. I always notice, just like with a lot of other games with big events going on, the festivals here do feel more unstable than just playing the game on a normal day. And it's probably because of the influx of players that are usually online during these events. The same as a lot of other games, like Splatoon or... Well, mainly Splatoon, because that game's held together with String and Hope on netcode, but... That's always the one I think about with events just being almost impossible to play. More players, also the harder it gets, and this is crossplay. So we're working with a multitude of different connections. I gotta adjust my headrest a bit so it actually lines up my neck better. I think I pushed it down last time I got in the chair. It's been nice having a headrest compared to my last chair, which technically had one. You just have to lean so far back, it was basically useless. I mean, I liked my old chair, but if I had a choice, I wouldn't have gotten a gaming chair. It was a gift, so that's why I'm not going to complain too much. It was solid for what it was. But I don't like the ergonomics of those chairs. It's not, like, just don't. If you're going to buy any kind of office chair, you need to get an ergonomic chair, because that is pretty much a requirement for good posture if you're going to sit for long hours on working. Since I'm always at my desk working, that's why I wanted to get a ergonomic instead of something like gaming chairs. Those things are just not good on the back. Hey, let's go. One of the better ones for land air trick because of this beginning jump alone. But also it has that massive shortcut that no matter what lap you take it, 1 or 3, it'll give you a couple placements. Oh, I got magneted going into the turn. But it still didn't matter because I went from 10th to 2nd just by driving in grass. That's how important that shortcut is. Even without using any boost, you still gain a couple spots by taking that turn. Oh, okay, that is my teammate. Okay, yeah, that was. But the fist wasn't for my teammate. Stay away. I knew that was going to happen because that monster truck is way too wide, dude. I don't know how, but those things feel more threatening than a Mega Mushroom from Mario Kart. I don't know, something about the hitbox. It just seems wider. I'm definitely just going to hold these items for a bit, because this is a solid stack. This would be really good for the ending. But I'm going to use this here, because everyone's taking the shortcut, and I don't want to get screwed again. It'll make on the last little bit of my power. A little bit more to the left. And now I can get a decent lead ahead because I got my wisps. Unfortunately, I couldn't dodge that in time. But I'm still in first. Just barely.
Finish! Never any doubt.
So at least the first place is really good on the board. Yo, let's go. First and second. Let's go, Ethan. Although our 9th and 10th might drag us back. Oh, this is going to come down, I think, to the tricks. But if... No. No matter what team, I think, can win. What's 34? Yeah, if Team Tangle gets it, we're fine. The one we didn't want. Man. That was a great setup to get the first. But, of course, it's the team you don't want with the boost. That's how I feel with comparing this to a Mario Party minigame. Every time, man. I don't think it would have mattered if our other teammates got a higher spot. They probably needed at least 6th and 7th if I had to guess. And I'm saying it not the funny way, because that joke has been running around to a point where I think people are all sick of hearing it. Which I was sick of hearing the stupid 6 joke for minute 1. Yeah, tap boost again. I mean, it's every hour to hour and a half, I think tap boost shows back up in the rotation, because they're cycling it through between the 3 different, I think, on a proper order, but I noticed tap boost usually gets sprinkled in the middle, so it's kind of hard to keep up. Oh, network error this time. What the heck? Yeah, okay. Maybe this whole lobby's gonna DC, because I'm still waiting. It's definitely going to be a DC for me, too, because this is taking forever. Nope, never mind. Wow, that took so long. I'm surprised the lobby still existed. It didn't even find anyone on my side. That's how bad that was. I'm all alone. Can 3 other people join me? This is a lonely corner. It's gonna find 3 other players before I go in, but I think they're all gonna be bots. My team's just gonna be nothing but bots. Oh, okay. I don't know if that's gonna make things any better or worse.
Stay focused.
Yeah, you're having a rougher connection. Maybe the Switch family of systems are just having a harder time connecting to the Sonic Racing servers tonight. I mean, I've gotten, like, what? 2 DCs on PC, so not as many on my side, but still more than 0. Preferably, you want 0. Yeah, these seem like AI names on my team, so I got bots. I don't know how you start with an Omochao in a lot of these kind of races. The festivals really make me think that has to be like a 1 in 10 chance of just showing up by the game's code, because our plates all get replaced with whatever the event has. So this is just trick-related plates. So where's the Dark Omochao coming from as soon as you start the race? That's an impossible thing to put on your plate. That has to be a thing the game is rolling. That's the only idea that I have outside of maybe a hacker being on your side. Like, that doesn't make any other sense. I'm gonna stay over here. Don't want to get hit by that drill. Wait, what happened to all my items? Hello? I get why my laser disappeared, but where'd the other 2 go? That's not supposed to replace all your items. When you have a Wisp Frenzy like this, that's only supposed to replace your first slot. I had good stuff, too. That's so dumb. Oh, wow, I got, like, all the people in the lobby with that Boom Boo. I really did not gain that Wisp. Honestly, I don't really like the Wisp event all that much because of how it replaces your items. It also doesn't help in that case. It just deleted my other two for some reason. Not supposed to do that. But also, when you have other items you want to use, and at that point you want to hold for another lap, then the Wisp just sits in your back pocket and it's just a waste of a slot. That's why I don't care for that specific festival event. That specific frenzy, because it sometimes goes unused depending on how you're smuggling your items. Stay away. I knew it! I knew it! The second I got close to her, I knew that was gonna happen. I was not in range of that bomb. How did it hit me? Oh, that is so stupid. I swear, man. I'm getting screwed over by just weird hitboxes or lag. Because I don't know what that would be either way. I was in second. There's no way we can win now. If I was still in second, we might have had a chance. That's why I don't like people doing that on the line. Come on. No matter what game you're playing, if it's a racing game with items, a player will always seem to spam something on the line. That's just sweaty. There's no reason for it, man. That's just punishing other people for no reason. Don't like when people do that in Mario Kart. Don't like when they do it here. Don't like it in... Well, I was going to say Kirby Air Rider, but that... I don't know how you can do that in Kirby. Maybe shoot like a fire behind you or something? That's like the one game you can't really hit people on the line or race that easily with. Speaking of that, I heard that Kirby Air Riders just got a patch this week, and I think it's supposed to be the final balance patch. So essentially now that game is done. The only thing that it's going to get update-wise now is to add the amiibo data for the new figures coming out, but I think in terms of content and balancing, it is 100% complete now. So that team is now moving on to new projects, whatever that would be. I know a lot of people are hoping for a Smash, but with how packed of a game Ultimate is, we really don't need anything else. If anything, add more content to Smash Ultimate. That's all I want.
Hello.
I don't want a new one, because the current one's good.
Sorry. Hello.
Upgraded Queen's hoverboard. Hopefully that'll make a difference, yeah.
Do your best. Stay focused.
The boost could last an hour, but not half an hour would be great. Yeah. I mean, thankfully, something like this event, we're doing tap boost, that's only half an hour. That's the one thing oh my god, this room is so spammy. I can't hear myself think. Thankfully, these events only being half an hour each before they change out rotation gives you a lot more variety here, and I really do appreciate that. Because again, the only real big event I can easily compare it to, it seems like our Splatfests. But Splatoon Splatfests have the same tricolor stage, the same Shifty Station stage if you're in 2. 2 stages that are in rotation for a 2-hour gap. And 2 modes that separate them, but sometimes you have the same stage in 2 different modes. Maybe 3 if somehow it was a tricolor. Because that's happened plenty of times. Like, that game has almost no variety during its events. I give this game credit for having variety in its event with the half-an-hour schedule. Holy crap. Being in the middle is a terrible idea, but I want my tap boosts. Nice, we got the frenzy. What is it? Oh, come on. Not this one doesn't even work on this track that much because there's a lot of boosters. I've gotten like nothing good in this specific cross zone. Okay. Well, this is the one time I can actually use the boosting a lot because I'm getting no items I want to keep. Going this way because I need the 100 ring. Ow. There goes my 100 ring. That did not last. At least get the double. Nope, not even that. I'm getting pushed everywhere right now. At least I got the item this time. I was kind of worried because it looks like it was going to get taken at the very last second. Perfect. Those two boosts came in clutch.
Never any doubt.
I didn't think that little grass cover to really do all that much, and that got me first place. And then also 4th and 5th. This is really looking stacked for us. It's still going to come down to taps, but if Team Tangle gets the tap, we're still fine. We just don't want Whisper. Incoming Whisper win. Oh, thank God. Thank God. I just have to call it wrong. That's why I did it. It's the anti-jinx. Get majorly improved. I guess that hoverboard upgrade was a good call. I think, is that enough? No, I'm 7 points away from the banner. I'm so close. We're not banner title. Excuse me. I'm comparing it to Splatoon because that's the same graphic they use for their banners in that game. I gotta stop comparing this to Splatoon, but it's too easy because everything about this event is almost a one-to-one of Splatfest. Out of curiosity, I don't think they added any new parts that I can use here, right? Oh no, this is the Dream Sleeper. That does increase my stats. Well, I was looking at that, but I guess I'll do it later. Increasing handling, I think acceleration? Yeah, it decreases speed only by 1 though. Powers by 1, that doesn't matter as much. So stats going up by 1 really is not that great. Boost 54 to 53. Handling is up by a point. Yeah, both are up by like a point. I'm just keeping what I have. Honestly, like this is still probably the best like balance between what I want. I forgot that when Knights was added to the game, they did add a board specifically for that character. Because I don't think they added a car specifically for Tangle and Whisper. So sometimes they don't do that. It depends. Well, no matter what, this is definitely the race I need just to get the 1,000, which means I'm done with the festival after this on points. I'll still play for a little bit longer because I want those tickets. Plus, I got a super busy weekend, so after tomorrow, I'm not going to have time to play this. I might as well put in the time now. Really? You gotta push me right into the grass. Because that shortcut is so broken, it got me a couple spots. It's insane just how much of a shorter run that is, even though it's off-road. You still gain spots. Our Metal Sonic just does not want to leave my side, because every time I turn around... Oh, maybe it's the Whisper. Okay, thanks. Maybe it's the Whisper, because I keep on getting hit by a person in the SpongeBob hamburger car. It's like every time I turn around, they're pushing me. And it's good for tap boosting, so for once, randoms are doing the tap boost. But a little too much. Gotta be a healthy balance between people touching your car and then shoving you into the ditch. Wow, I almost got hit by that punch. Boom boost coming for me. Yeah. Unfortunately, I did have something to protect myself with, but I couldn't use it in time. Really? A second goop? Why? We're already gooped enough. We don't need a second dosing of slime. I'm using this now. I'm so far behind, that's going to affect after the item set. Oh, come on, come on. Ah, I couldn't hit them in time. Wow, first was really far up there. At least I got second by the end, but there's no way we're catching up to first place. Gonna come down to the taps, but if Whisper gets it, then Jewel wins no matter what. So we do need the get the boost. All right, good. By 7 points too. It was close. That was one of the races I felt like I was tapping my teammates more than I'm used to. It's because of that hamburger. Constantly pushed me in the ditch, so I'm not the happiest with that specific teammate. But hey, it was the point bonus, and that gives us a lot. And that's enough for me to get the final reward for the festival. Guardian Angel title. With that, that's all the awards collected. I'm still gonna play though, as I said. Want those tickets. Now every 100 points, I get 100 tickets. I have enough for a third skin, but after this, maybe it could be a fourth. Well, actually, no, I had 7,000. No, I do have enough for a fourth. Let's push for fifth. I gotta unlock the rest of the car parts, I think, first, so maybe not. Yeah, 500. That's not bad, to be fair. That's halfway already. And that point bonus really does do a lot for getting you more of those rewards unlocked. Like, if you can win those point bonuses, it does save you time in the festivals. Huh. I guess I was bound for a network error at some point. I don't know what that specifically was about. Server just gave up again, I guess. Alright, let me check my tickets, I guess, while I'm here. 8,000. Yeah, okay, so I get another... It's actually less than 4,000. Or 400. I know all the math. Then I can't get another skin. Who else would I even get a skin for? Because I don't play as many characters in this. Maybe Sonic? That or Silver, I guess. One of the two hedgehogs. Did you get kicked as well, Ethan? Or are you still in your lobby? I wonder. Let's see. That's playing. Wow, you did not get kicked. That is insane. I don't know how the heck you didn't get kicked after that, but alright. This game's servers are a thing, alright. Well, that's fine. I'm going to use some of those tickets I have to try to see if I can get the rest of these parts, because I think I'm missing a few. I think I got them all for handling, so if anything, it might just be power. No, I bought all powers. Okay, so the only things I'm really missing are the extras, like with the decals and stuff. Oh, crap. That swapped my car. It's not what I wanted. Can I get the other one back, please? You know, the car that actually is something I want to play with? I think that just looks sick, so I just have to get me that specific combo. Now this is where I need to spend a lot of my tickets now on car stuff. Yeah, that's the Wisp Horn. That's pretty underwhelming. I mean, the Foghorn Leghorn styled ring. I don't know why this is called ring. Oh no, sorry, that's the Knights one. Alarm clock. The alarm clock is probably one of my favorites. It's just so dumb. And give me the rainbow, as I got that for getting, I think it was A rank now. See, like, the cars are barely any different here. So it's personal preference which board I would take. I'll try this one for the next race, why not? Why aren't Sonic Racing to sell a few million more? Don't think your servers could handle a few million more, Sega. Yeah. I understand why Sega came out and said, yeah, we're a little disappointed with the sales of Sonic Racing, but it had the exact same fate as Sonic Superstars did when that came out, as Sonic Superstars released literally the same week as a new 2D Mario game. And the Mario game ate Sonic's lunch. This had a similar fate. It wasn't that close to Mario Kart's release, but with Mario Kart World being the big hit racing game of 2025, it's still hard to compete with that. Even though it's multi-platform, and this is by far probably the best kart racer on non-Nintendo platforms, yeah, still had steep competition. Everyone always just goes with Mario Kart. So, I get where Sega's disappointed, but their sale figure numbers in their heads are a little too high. Just like most companies, they oversell their product, thinking they have gold. And they want this to sell a lot more copies that I don't ever see realistically happening. As much as I love this game, it's not a game that I can see them selling like 10 million copies in a week. Like, unrealistic expectations are set for. That's just been the problem with companies for so many years. I mean, we mentioned that a lot over the past couple months with the Xbox downfall that's been happening, but that's been Microsoft's approach on the gaming division now, wanting to make more profit than anything, and that's just not feasibly possible with the market. Which, I guess now I brought that up, I'm gonna send an invite while I let you race. Because when you're done with the race, you can just check the invite menu. Guess I can talk about that one, because that's been a news story in general this past week. Because I can't remember if it was mid last week or the beginning of the week, but there was a big shakeup at the Xbox division in particular at Microsoft, where Phil Spencer's retiring, and then Sarah Bond is leaving. So that's a CEO and a president, both just leaving the Xbox division. And from what I'm understanding, Phil Spencer's not retiring on his own terms. It does not sound like that was something he was ready to do. It sounds like he's getting pushed out. And Sarah Bond, from what I understand, was a nightmare to work with. And she's the reason why we have the whole "this is an Xbox" campaign, which basically destroyed the Xbox brand. This new person they have, I don't remember what her name is, but she's like the AI expert at Microsoft. So that's the wrong person to get as the new president of the Xbox division. And she has no experience with video games up until recently. Like, she literally started to play games in preparation for this Xbox job. That's not a good sign. We got a sinking ship with a new captain that just knows how to drive the boat into the ice pillar. Like, I don't understand what's going to happen with this specific division going forward, but people are calling this year the death of Xbox in particular. Like, 2026 is definitely their last year because of the shakeup not looking great. When you have someone who only really knows AI stuff being in charge of a company, which is coming from a company that doesn't even know how to do AI right, that's not good. I don't know, man. Like, Xbox has been a sinking ship for many years, so all this shake-up stuff is not surprising. It's a lot of corporate BS meddling. They're the whole reason why Xbox division in general, Microsoft meddling, is the reason why that division's been doing terrible for years. But if they don't get their acts together soon with this new management, it's just gonna fall apart overnight. They can't survive any more screw-ups. They really can't. They had 2 price hikes of consoles and 1 price hike of Game Pass in literally like 5 months last year. They can't afford any more bad press. They really can't. Yeah, not enough lifeboats in this ship. It's going down. Everybody's going with it. Like, I'm still happy I got my Xbox Series before everything just changed last year, but I haven't really played it too much since, and it's just because there's nothing on the platform. Most of the stuff I've been playing on my Xbox Series have been older games with the backwards compatibility, mainly 360 and One games. At that point, you can just get an Xbox One and have the same experience, just with slightly worse performance, but you're still playing the same stuff. New games, there's like no point, because I'll just go PC. Because they've done that since 2016. There's talks with this new management now that maybe they're focusing more on console exclusives, but if the rumor is still going to be true of them just making their next console essentially a PC, that's not going to mean anything. Because their next system won't even work like a traditional console at that point. It's just going to be a PC with a fancy case. I do believe that specific push, once again, was because of their previous president, Sarah. So maybe that could change, but I think the plans are too much set in stone for a next-gen Xbox to roll that idea back of making it a PC. I think they're too far in development for that. It would cost them too much time and money to scrap it. So they're going to have to commit. I hate this stage, dude. I really do not like the ice physics here. I'm always driving into the snow. Oh, I guess speaking of like another system I'm glad I got when I did, besides the price thing, for obvious reasons, with every system I feel like at this point, I'm glad I got a PS5 when I did, because now it seems like there's talks from the current president of the PlayStation division that going forward, they're not going to want to release their single-player games on PC. And it's because they've been selling pretty bad over the past few years. And I'm just sitting here like, no, they're not. I'm looking at your sales charts, and these games have been selling pretty well on Steam. But they're not selling as they want on expectations. Like, oh, here we go again with that nonsense. Especially given how the games themselves are shooting themselves in the foot. Like, the reason why some PlayStation games don't sell as good as they do on PC compared to console is because PlayStation Network isn't available in like half the world. So because of that, you can't sell these games in certain territories because PSN doesn't exist. That's Sony's fault. Sony's shooting themselves in the foot and then complaining, why are we bleeding? These companies just don't know how to do anything right, and then they blame their sales numbers on their own incompetence. It's so annoying. The latest one was apparently, I think it was a Wolverine game that's being worked on. There's talks that that game, when it comes out, is going to be PlayStation exclusive due to poor sales on other platforms for their other games. Yeah, I'm reading the article now. Sony could reportedly stop releasing their single-player titles on PC, per a report from Jason Schreier. Schreier says that Marvel's Wolverine is only on PS5 and may never release on PC. That would be stupid, all because apparently PC games don't sell that well because PSN isn't available in half the world. That's the reason. God, my head hurts with this incompetence. Like, just make PSN a thing in more territories. You wouldn't have this problem. PC games are so great. They're already selling good enough. Like, I know you need the system to play certain titles, like the Astro family of games. Like, that will never be on PC. I get that. But every other Sony release has gotten a PC port after the first year of it being on PS5, like with the Spider-Man games, the Ghost of Tsushima remaster, Death Stranding 1 and 2 are now both on PC. Like, there's a lot of games that were Sony exclusive at first and now are on PC. And PC is not a direct competition with their own brand. So, again, I just don't understand this incompetence. I'm just glad I got all the things to play the stuff on, the things that they're going to release apparently exclusive on again. I feel like as a consumer, we went backwards to square one, and it's not a square you want to be in. Which is funny how it's just complaining about Microsoft shooting themselves in the foot with exclusivity, and then Sony's rolling that idea back, but
Hello.
it doesn't hurt. Like, how I feel about this is that
Bye.
make your games time exclusive on the console to sell the console. Then after like 6 months to a year, port it to PC. PC is not your competition in the console market. PCs are not as big on sales. So I don't understand that mentality of, we'll release some stuff on PC, but then it's not selling that great, so we'll just stop. When it's not hurting Sony at all, from what I understand. Like, it's not losing the money. I think they're just breaking even. Maybe that's why they're pulling it. I don't know the full details, but it's just so bad to see that. We finally got some progress with Sony on the PC side, and then they're just wanting to stop. Don't do it day in day like you do with Xbox, because you don't want to become Xbox and become irrelevant. But after a year, then that stuff can release on other platforms. That's fine. Because again, it's not a direct competition. The people who want to play it day one will buy a PlayStation 5 to play that game on PlayStation 5. And then the people who want to wait will later pick it up on PC. Then you get more sales. Again, I just don't understand the companies with these unrealistic expectations. Never have and never will. Because I know you brought up in chat before, Ethan, but it is basically the Square Enix approach with stuff, where we want to sell our games on millions and millions of copies, but it's a niche franchise that not many people are interested in, and because of that, it's not going to sell like 5 million copies in a month. And then we wonder why it fails. It didn't fail, but at the same time, your expectations are set too high. Another reason, though, to be fair, of why the indie scene has been becoming more and more popular over the years, because people are just not caring about any of this stuff anymore. They just want to play game, and they want to play fun game. And they don't deal with this weird nonsense if you just play a bunch of indie stuff. Mind you, you do have long timetables between releases, but there's just so many games in the indie scene, it just doesn't really matter. You will always have something to play. And plus, with the AAA scene becoming more and more expensive and less of a payout for that expensive price tag, I know that's another reason why a lot of people have been just not impressed and been jumping indie. Oh, crap. Oh, no, I'm gonna get hit. Yep, I tried to get away from that, but I couldn't move. Can't move in the air. Give me that double. Knew it. But I wanted to throw that red fist. Alright, this should be enough to at least get me close to the first. I don't think I'm getting first. Oh, crap. I gotta go. I was wanting to use that on the shortcut, but I was afraid of that being something worse, like the 10-ton weight. That would just completely took me out of the race. You gotta play it safe. Definitely gonna come down to taps, because that... Oh no, never mind! The fact they also got a 5th place in their Tangle team guarantees the first no matter what. We lost the taps by 1 anyways. So even if we were close enough, it wouldn't have mattered. Wow. Just 1 more tap is all we needed. But that would have guaranteed second. Got it anyways. I don't know. It does feel like these past couple minutes, though, I've been feeling like I gotta complain about the state of gaming, because the state of gaming, again, has just been depressing. Which, that's not wrong. Kinda is. But I'm also, this year, mainly focusing on my backlog. I haven't gotten a new release yet, and I still don't know when I'm picking up a new game. Because there just hasn't been anything that's been interesting me right now. The only thing I have some interest in, that I know is coming out soon, is the Mario Wonder Switch 2 upgrade. And even then, I still don't know the full extent of what's in it. So I'm like, cautiously optimistic. Gonna probably be a stream thing, so I know I'm gonna pick it up for that alone. But that's the only thing I know of that's coming out soon enough that I can even think I have interest in. Nothing else. There's nothing else. And that's not great. So that's why I'm like, that's fine with me.
Hello.
Because I got all these other things to play in my backlog. Finally, some time to actually catch up. I forgot even the Fatal Frame 2 remake was a thing, because I haven't heard about that in a hot minute. Well, that's just me. I don't really follow the series, so that explains a lot. More of a me problem. Man, I kind of knew going into this year anyways, it's going to be a year where I pick up a lot of less new stuff, because a lot of things are slated for 2027 that we know of. Like, a lot of announcements we got in the past few months ending 2025 were for games that are like 2 years out at least. 2026 just seems kind of like a slower year. So I'm, again, fine with that, because I got so much in the backlog that I definitely want to take time to actually just play what I have. Because as I said, I think previously, this feels like the year that I'm going to at least try playing one of the games in the Yakuza franchise and maybe get sucked in. Because everything I see from them looks really fun and up my alley, but I just never had the time to put into them. But with how slow of a year that this is, this seems like the year to just pick up one of those games and try it out. And I'll be owning almost the whole franchise at this point on Steam. There's no reason not to try them now. I've read a lot of conflicting things, but I think I'm going to start with Yakuza 0's Director's Cut, like the new version. And the reason why I hear a lot of mixed things is mainly just because of some of those changes made in the remaster just being unnecessary. But it has an English dub, and no matter if the dub is good or not, I still just want to play with English, because sometimes I'm not fully paying attention to things when I'm playing a game, so having a voiceover I can understand, it's enough for me to make the trade. I'm not too worried about the weird retcons that version has, because there's enough other stuff in quality of life I just prefer to play it. Be the remaster. Well, the remaster of the remaster. It's like the third release of Yakuza 0 we've gotten. Plus the retcon thing, if I just know what it is, I can just ignore it. It's not a big deal. Give me that 100 ring. And some extra taps in right now, and then immediately get whacked by a fist. I gotta stay away from that truck. It still clipped me. That's stupid. I barely got the double. Perfect. That's a good item. I gotta use this. Thankfully, nothing really was a problem by the end, so nice second place. Getting a little worried because of the monster trucks. Yeah, that ending was brutal. That's why I was worried about what was going to happen that final turn. Hence why I'm glad I got that triple wisp kit. That really made a big difference. Ah, but the taps went to Tangle. They had a lot of taps by comparison, so that makes sense. Now, there's enough for another 100 ticket. Alright, well now we're into a different event, so now we're playing the ring grab again. At least now I don't have to worry about the tap boost stuff. I think I'm gonna change my vehicle back to the other board now, though. It's not the Knight's board doing bad for me, but I just kind of prefer this one. It's something I'm used to. And yeah, definitely want to stick with vehicles you're used to playing with all the time if you want to be consistent. I know how this board plays, so it works for my strengths. I started playing Legend Hero series, which you own all the ones currently released. Yes, it makes you wonder at that point when you buy all the games and you're like, why did it take me this many years to start this? Alright, sometimes other things take priority, whether it be other games to play or just other life stuff. So I know the feel. I hear that that series of games is, really good in general. So hopefully you enjoy yourself through the Legend Hero stuff. Yeah, I can imagine you got a lot to catch up on, because there's a lot of games in that franchise. I don't know how many exactly, but there's a lot between multiple generations. Hey, a point-up chance. I swear, I haven't seen as many of those as I've seen in other festivals. Like, there was one festival I was seeing point-up chances so frequently, I swear I saw maybe 5 in an hour. Well, in this one, I feel like I see maybe at most 2 in an hour. Yeah, I had a feeling I was gonna get pushed right into something. It's time to use this wisp. Oh no. I had the king wisps. And I get hit by the boom boo? Are you kidding? Come on. I was in first for all of 3 seconds. That's just so stupid. Guess I shouldn't have taken the shortcut. Got punished for knowing about a shortcut. Oh, jeez. Alright. Alright, one good fist in the 12th. That's a mood. Oh, really? That doesn't help me at all. Okay, this is better than getting 2 fists. Come on, just a little bit more, and nice. Now you see, if I just had the fist there, I wouldn't have gotten first. I would have got hit with every other item at the finish line. But that defense, okay, never mind. I was gonna say, that was a good race for me. That defense gave me a first place. And then 2nd through 5th on Team Tangle, so that's a GG's to Tangle. Like, all that ring score did not matter, because our placement wasn't close. I mean, we're still getting a decent amount of points out of that, because 2nd gets 33 points compared to 36 if you get 1st, and then 3rd place is 30. And then you get your other bonuses for how you played and the friend bonus and all that. But man, I was wanting that point bonus, because that probably would have been closer to like 140 points. Because the 36 would have got multiplied to roughly 80 points. Like, man.
Hey, hey! Hello.
Do it.
Hello. Stay focused.
I swear, these little reactions, they could be cute here and there in the lobbies, but I swear, man, some people just love the spam. I want to hit people like 1, maybe 2 reactions in the lobby. Not 8. I just noticed that in general, when you get some kind of prompts that make noise, people do love to spam those. I guess going down here. I don't want to go down in this path, but I kind of got pushed to it. You serious? Well, at least I got the invincibility for once. That's like the moment I get in first, man. That's been happening way too much. Now, you see that? This time, when we got the boost event, the boost whisk didn't take up all 3 of my slots like last time. So I actually got to keep my other item. I don't know how one of these specific events nuked my other 2 item slots. Because that shouldn't have happened. That seems like a bug. Oh boy. Okay, it's just an item. That's fine. That's fine. I was expecting that to be a wait. And that's a pretty good setup for the ending, so I'll actually keep this stuff for a while. I say as I'm about to get shurikened. And that's why I went over to the left. But it was our boom booms, it didn't matter. Timing. I gotta be that guy. I complain about it enough, but that's been happening to me too much tonight. I need to do that to someone else. And our team keeps on getting wrecked. I hate being the sweaty guy that I was complaining about, but that got us first through third, and I feel like that could have been a problem otherwise if I didn't throw that bomb whisk back. So that's a guaranteed victory. No matter who gets the ring grab bonus, we still win. Now, you see, if that was just a standard 12-person race, no team, I wouldn't have done that. Because that's just mean to somebody else. But that does screw up the team stuff. So it actually is kind of important sometimes to throw back, as much as I hate doing it. I don't know if I'm going to get to the 1400 before I call it a night, but I'm at least getting the 1300 bonus, so that'd be an extra 100 tickets. That'd be at least 300 extra after clearing the event, which is pretty good. I mean, how tickets in this specific game seem to be the hardest thing in life to grab. You might as well get as many as you can. I watched a video of someone of this specific game where they went out of their way to platinum it. And they didn't do the cheese strategy of buying stuff with tickets and then reloading their save via a backup via PlayStation Network. They got all the tickets natively to unlock all the content. It took them a couple months. And it was of non-stop playing the game, of just constantly grinding out the friend lobby system. Nice, thanks. Thanks. Appreciate it, game. Alright. I was saying, it took months to grind out all the tickets, and most of that was in the race park. So that was a thing. You're still in the lobby, how? I swear, sometimes one of us gets kicked, but not the other. And I don't know when to expect that to be me, and when to expect to be someone else. Now you're Sonic? What? Did it change your character? That's a new one. I haven't heard of the game doing that before. Okay, now network died. Okay, so have this invite. Game is sometimes, I swear, just as stable as Splatoon. And by that, I mean held together string and hope. In the same fashion.
Ready.
Alright, good to hear you got a screenshot of that, because I don't know how that could... Oh, wait, no, I think I know what happened. I've had this happen once, but did your whole lobby turn into Sonic's? Because that is a known bug, and I can't believe it's still in the game. I think it's a failsafe? No? Okay. Well, I gotta show that one for people who haven't seen it. I know I posted this on social media, so you gotta give me a minute to find it. But... actually, no, it might be a screenshot because it was a PC release. So I might just have it on my PC. Let me see here. Not that date. It was like near launch. I don't see anything here, so it is something on my socials. There is, I don't know if it's still a bug. I don't know if they fixed it or not. But there's a known bug in this game in particular that if it can't load specific characters in the lobby because of DCs, it'll just load a bunch of Sonics. Which is hilarious, but also a little concerning. Let me see here. That's Minecraft Festival. I'm getting closer. It was around that time. Okay, yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is the screenshot in question. So I'll show this on the stream real quick before we start. Sometimes the game can do this. Which is stupid. Every other character is Sonic besides myself and a silver player. The reason why this happened is because the whole lobby disconnected outside of myself and one other player. So it just filled the rest of the slots with Sonics until it can fill up with more characters. This was temporary. This wasn't the whole game. But imagine 10 Sonics. That would have been a stupid game. Again, I think that's a failsafe in case they can't load any more characters. Because I haven't seen that since. And that was back when the game came out in September. So it's a bug I haven't seen since launch. Okay, yeah, that was you. Okay, so you had a little bit of the failsafe bug happen where the game didn't know what to load, so it just replaced the character slot with a Sonic. Because that's the default character, Sonic in his blue blur car, whatever that thing's called. It's the very first option for the game to pick. So unless a player is picking that intentionally, you know if that shows up in your lobby, that is a failsafe of some kind. It reminds me of both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, where that game has this weird failsafe as well. It's like for certain files when they load up in a corrupt state. And when that happens, in Ocarina of Time, you get nothing but Deku sticks on every single one of your equip items. And then Majora's Mask, it replaces all the masks and the items with the Ocarina of Time. The whole menu is just the Ocarina of Time. It's a failsafe at that point, but it's a funny one for both games. I love streaming those games because of all the weird, obscure knowledge I have in my head. From all the different stuff I've seen of the N64 Zeldas over the years, to be fair. There's a lot of obscure knowledge about that title. Both titles, to be fair. I just love sharing. There was one I was wanting to show off in the randomizer. We just never had an opportunity for it, which is a shame. But there's a very interesting quirk in Deku Tree that if you had the hammer, you can see some interesting interactions, but I just never had that opportunity during the rando to show that off. Maybe one day. I'm surprised of how smooth, like speaking of that randomizer, I'm shocked of just how smooth that combo rando went for the 15-year anniversary. It kind of was a baby seat. I'm gonna be honest. It was a little easy in the beginning, because of finding all of our key items we need to just play Majora's Mask within an hour. Like with finding an Ocarina, Song of Time. And we even found Fierce Deity Mask before going to Majora's Mask for the first time. It really broke the seed open, and we weren't even supposed to have it, based on the logic. So, it did feel like that seed was a little too easy at times, but it still gave us some challenge. I was barely able to beat it in the end based on the dungeons we had left, so technically, it was still pretty difficult, but maybe next time we do one of those big randos, I'll get a harder seed. With how that one generated, the only thing I was doing, I was fact-checking some stuff, generating seeds to make sure the game didn't generate ocarinas in terrible spots, so I wouldn't have to ocarina item everything, but that's mainly all I was checking. Because I had some that lofted in like super deep spots, and it was just kind of a mess. So I only did one thing of checking for spoiler log stuff, generating seeds until I had a good one. I had the seeds vetted just to make sure. But it was because of how big of a deal that specific stream event was. I kind of needed the seeds to be vetted. So just a little behind the scenes. It was very easy, but to be fair, it kind of had to be vetted to make sure the Ocarina and Song of Time specifically weren't in impossible locations. And there was a lot of seeds generated that they were. I think I just popped instantly. I'm gonna go over here this time. Get some more rings. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. I thought I had the Void Wisp on, but that was definitely not Void.
Stay sharp.
Oh, good. A boost right before we can't use it. My favorite.
Calculate. Go.
Stay away.
Proceeding.
Nice. This is going to guarantee me a first place. Let's go. And I gave my team some extra rings. Really good way of ending that race. It's a little spread, though. I'm kind of worried about Whisper, because they're very close. We need to take the ring bonus. If we get that, we win. Otherwise, Whisper wins. Let's go. And I think this was a point-up game, too, right? Can't remember. No, I think it was the last game that was. That's why I'm thinking it could have been this one. No, it was. It was this game. I knew it wasn't gaslighting myself. Let's go. That's a lot of points. And the friend bonus is included in that mix gives us a lot of extra. Let's go. I'm only 11 away from my next ticket set. All right, I guess I am getting the 1400 ticket. $180 away from 1,000? That's pretty good. That's a couple more races at most. So you're definitely hitting 1,000 by the end of tonight. That's good. I mean, I could play a little bit more to get you to 1,000 because I was going to stop around 11 my time, which is in like another 5 minutes, so that wouldn't have happened. But if you're that close, I'll just play it out for a bit because that'll be half an hour more maybe, if that.
Hello.
I mean, I kind of need something to chill. I'm glad this week has been mostly chill streams.
Hello.
Because I kind of needed that after the crazy month I've had. So, it's kind of why we did more laid-back things.
Hello, everyone.
I wasn't planning to do Mario Kart and Sonic Racing the same week, but I can't resist playing a festival when it's available during my stream slot. That just
Focus.
would be insane for me not to do. Especially given how it's a big name set of characters like Tangle and Whisper. This is a huge deal for Sonic. If I knew the festival was this week, I probably would have held off on Mario Kart Retro Rewind. I probably could have done that like next week, so it wouldn't be 2 kart racers in the same week. But sometimes it, just be that way. Can't help that. But going into March now, we're gonna start some new projects because this month was mainly focused on the randomizer. I talked about this Tuesday, I believe. I can't remember if I talked about it on yesterday's stream, but for people who missed it anyways. This month was mainly planned for that big Ocarina Majora combo rando, as I thought it was going to take a lot longer to complete. And then we beat it in about a week with only 3 streams. So that wrapped up sooner than I planned, so I had nothing else lined up for the month. And then it just became a crazy month for me dealing with account mix-ups back and forth with my ISP because I got bought out. Again, listen to the end of Tuesday's stream to hear more. It's around the last 30 to 40 minute mark. It's worth listening if you want to get context. But TLDR, when one company buys out another company, that screws up everything. So that's been my month at this point. But it's all, for the most part, straightened out now. Just working on some final details on a refund for lost time. So I can at least go into March and just focus on, making content again like I want to. So I have a lot of big ideas for this year, as I mentioned, going into the 16th year of me making this stuff in general, with like YouTube video streams and all that. I got a lot of big plans, but a lot of them kind of got a delayed start.
Stay sharp.
I will say, though, expect some Zelda stuff from me this year, minus the big, combo randomizer we did this month. Because it is a big anniversary year for Zelda, and since it's one of my favorite series, I'm probably going to end up doing another big, 100% playthrough of one of the games. I'm actually leaning towards Majora's Mask. It has since we did Ocarina last year, Majora makes sense this year. Plus, the PC port just got updated for one-hit KO, so I can do the same things we did last year. And I liked the one-hit KO playthrough. It was very chaotic, yes, but it was also a really fun time. One of my favorite streams we did last year. I don't know if I'll do that right away, but sometime this year I think I might want to do that playthrough. Because it would have been that, or I guess maybe Twilight Princess, because I haven't played that in a few years. But I'm still holding off, you know, in case maybe that one day we get the Switch version instead. Because that would be the better way of playing that version of the game instead of the Wii U one. Nice. Extra bonus at the end. I was not expecting that. First, third, and fifth. That's a pretty solid spread. So this might be enough. Yeah, no matter what team gets the bonus, we win. All right, we got guaranteed first place. Let's go. Yeah, we won it by 1 point. That was a little too close, but we still got it. I will also mention some other plans I have this year. I don't want to lay out all my plans because it's all subject to change too, depending on certain things like preferences of certain titles to play or what we've already put in the queue, or even just releases. Sometimes releases do change a lot of my schedule. But I do want to play a good amount of N64 stuff this year in general, because there's been so many recomp and decomp ports. And the Banjo one's a big one, because I wanted to do some stuff with Banjo-Kazooie for a few years. And now with the PC version, that's my go-to one for any of those big mods for the game, like with that Jiggies of Time and Nostalgia 64 stuff. I've been wanting to play those ROM hacks for a few years. Like, Jiggies of Time I've known about for probably like 4. And I know Nostalgia 64, I think, came out last year. But I'd rather play those on the PC port, because N64 emulation, I have said multiple times, is still not great. In this current age, it still needs a lot of work. So, I'd rather play something like that on the PC, and thankfully we have that option now.
Hello.
Plus, I had a very specific idea for a Banjo-Kazooie challenge run that actually now became even more feasible because of the PC version. I wanted to play through the whole game with a very specific transformation, but I couldn't unlock it until after World 1. But now with a mod, I can easily do that whenever I want. So that challenge run is going to be even more interesting now. I don't know when I'm going to do that, to be fair. There's a lot of ideas, like I said, I have in my head. This year, I definitely am going to probably have some more N64 focused ideas. I'm not going to kid myself on that one, but it's still going to be a pretty spread year. I'm going to try to... Hey, a point bonus times 5. I didn't even think this would be a thing in the rotation. Okay. I really want to win. But yeah, I'm also, in some fashion, I just want to play a lot of N64 stuff in particular, because I just want to get used to that new controller I got. Because that N64 gamepad I got for PC now is just really good. And I want to have another set of excuses to play with it. So some of it might also be because of controller reasons. Can't help it. Honestly, that controller is so comfortable, and it has a really, really good analog stick. Like, I now get the hype behind the idea of Hall effect joysticks. After using a controller that has one, I can see what all the fuss is about. I might at one point pick up another one of the 8-bit Do controllers that would be more specialized for every system, because I've been enjoying my 8-bit Do N64 pad so much. I can't believe that didn't hit anybody. Oh, since this is the first time we got this stage, this was the other stage that's bugged on reflections. So if you go near the water, In like this boardwalk, for example, you're supposed to see your car's reflection on the water, but you can't in base game.
Stay sharp.
So my reflection mod fixes that. It's like this stage and the one that was from Team Sonic Racing. That like sky stage. Those are the two in particular. Apparently they got bugged. Maybe they'll be fixing a patch or something. But to be fair, how many people are noticing reflections when they're moving this fast in a racing game? It's a very minor fix. If I didn't point it out, you probably wouldn't have even known it's a thing.
Proceeding.
But I seen it on the Game Banana page when I was downloading the Tangle and Whisper pack. I'm like, sure. I'll add that in because that sounds like an interesting fix to have.
Go. Stay sharp. Good. Proceeding.
I'm going to use this now if I'm going to be targeted. And that keeps an Omo Shell. Use this now. I'm going to be pushed away from my shortcut, though. No, crap. Are you serious? It's at the line. Okay. I think I got 4th out of that. That was kind of stupid. Literally at the finish line, I just dropped half of the score. Yeah, literally half. That's 6. Oh, come on. Such a good race up until the last 3 seconds. Guess I should have held the laser for longer, but how was I supposed to know I was going to get fisted into a boom boo? Like, there's no way of predicting that. Man. We would have won that, too, if I was still in first, because we would have had enough points to still be ahead. I'm so mad. That would have been so many points. Well, at least we got one more event to close out the night. Air trick. Yeah, would have been done tonight. Yeah, exactly. I think that specific point-up bonus would have pushed you to 1,200. If we got first place, that would have gotten you a couple perks, not just one. That's why I'm like, man, I'm so mad I got hit multiple times at the finish line. But I had nothing to defend myself. So I had no way of escaping. I just had to deal with it. Wait, you got another comm error? Really? Yeah, I just noticed. Yeah, you're not in this one. I think I can fix that. I don't know if this penalizes me, but it's like 3 points. Oh no. So I'll just quit the game and remake the lobby. Because I haven't started a race yet, that shouldn't penalize me. I've gotten comm there and no penalized network connection error. I'd rather continue playing with a person that's still working their way up the point chain than just do this on my own when I have no benefit now. So let's fix that. Alright, go to online. And yeah, we're fine. See that? No penalty. Doesn't matter if I quit out of a lobby intentionally like that. You just can't do that in the middle of a race. Then your fair points get affected. But in the lobby, yeah, it doesn't matter. The game DCs people all the time in the waiting room. I'll say at least tonight's stream is going to be pretty easy to put together in a VOD. Because I just realized now I didn't take a single break tonight. I wasn't even paying attention to that. It does help though when I'm not on camera. I don't have to deal with the lights in my face. So I don't have to get up and like take a break from my eyes in particular. mean, this PNG dude has gotten a lot of work this week. Been a good PNG guy. Well, I had this thing made because there are times I want to still stream a thing, but I don't want to be on the camera, and that's where my icon man comes into play. Because I've thought about going down the VTuber route myself for this reason, because I know a couple friends who've done it, so I know how it works and the channels to go through to get the... Really? This is a game of all time. As I was saying, I know the process in general to get to a VTuber, but the issue I have with it is twofold. One, cost, because it's not cheap. Even the cheapest models can still run you a pretty hefty penny, because it's pretty complicated not only get things rigged correctly, but just having a lot of different animations made for a character. That's a lot of time and effort, so it's fair for what people have to charge for it, but it's still something way out of my interest field for that kind of investment. But then it also introduces another problem where I need to be on a camera and still have a good amount of light on me for the model to track correctly. That does defeat the purpose of me not wanting to be on camera, because I'm essentially on it anyways. That's another issue I have with the VTubing model as a replacement for not being on camera. This guy is meant to just be a thing I can just pop up real quick, and I can just stream. I don't even need a webcam connected to a computer, so this is perfect for a laptop. If I don't have a camera on me, I can just still use my PNG guy and be good. Instead of having to worry about the camera setup and lighting and all that, which is the same as being on camera, so we're back to square one.
Stay focused.
I love being on camera, because I'm an expressive person.
Do your best.
Oh, this is a hard one. East Stadium and Colorful Marble, both really good. I'll go with East Stadium because we do need to get more wins under our belt.
Do your best. Hello. Goodbye. Goodbye.
But, you know, I'm glad this kind of, like, PNG thing is a thing. I only found about, like, this stuff recently, how it worked, and I'm glad I discovered it, because it does fix one of my issues of having to be on camera kind of thing, and also not wanting to go back to the old format of just game only on screen, because I know people still appreciate having something to look at that's talking to them, and it feels like you're in the room with that person, kind of having a hangout session, which is a big appeal for streaming in general. Hence why this guy exists as the middle ground. I'll probably be back on camera till next week. This week again, because I needed to just kind of take things easier and chill. Just didn't really feel like being on camera much, but if we're starting proper projects, I'll probably be back on the camera after that.
Seating.
I'm gonna hold this, actually. I could use it here, but yeah, see all that commotion? It was better to hold. All the stuff shoving me in the wall.
Stay sharp. Calculate. Seating.
Okay, that was too close. Okay, good. I was worried I was going to replace my laser there for a minute with a wisp.
Stay sharp. Proceeding. Calculate. Calculate.
I gotta use this now. That was a really terrible spot for that wisp to use, but I didn't want to lose it by getting hit. I'm gonna use one of these. I don't need 3 per se.
Stay sharp.
What? Whoa, what? Where am I going? What was that? I got a very weird bounce there.
Take it.
Well, I'm getting shoved away from the shortcuts. Good thing I got a wisp. It should give us enough for our trick bonus. Yep, there's the boost.
Go. Proceeding.
I'm gonna stay over here.
Calculated.
Just not interact with any of that. So I can then take a shortcut here. Also, truck's way too close. One pass. Oh, okay, and then that just came out of nowhere.
Go.
And there's the second monster truck. Get out of here. That's at least third and fourth. But what was that up front? Was that two different teams or one team in first and second? Okay, well, it's two different teams. And they also got a second and a third in there. Ooh, this is gonna a little bit scary. Gonna come down to the trick bonus. Ah, unfortunate. We needed to win that because of that 1 point difference. Very close. How many more would that be now on the score? I don't know how many more wins you would need, or just participation, I guess, at this point. Depends. I don't know how many more points you need overall, Ethan. 944, so let's see. Let's do the base, 30. Then you get the friend bonus of 33. At most, 3 more games is all we'll need. 2 matches if we at least get some second places. And only 1 if we get first. It really depends on the placements. It could be 1, 2, or 3, depending. Because with enough bonuses, a first place could get you close. Because you might get a second thing in there for, like, being a leader or, like, doing a lot of the event or whatever else and get a couple extra points. So, 2 or 3 is a safe bet. But 1 if we get a point bonus. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the game.
Do it.
Oh, crap. Didn't mean to hit the mic there. Just trying to stretch there for a second. Let's get some variety, because I don't think we played a single game tonight outside of my very short time in the race park in this specific map. Echo the Dolphin calls, he wants his new game. Isn't Echo supposed to be getting a new game? I don't even think that's a natural joke. I think that's a real thing in development. But there's also so many Sega IPs they announced was coming back, and then we haven't heard anything about them since that announcement in like 23. So I don't even know what to think anymore with certain titles. Like there's supposed to be a new Jet Set Radio style game or Crazy Taxi. No, I think it's a Crazy Taxi that's in the works. We haven't heard anything since that was announced as an initiative even. I don't know. I mean, Sega's a little too busy releasing Yakuza every 5 minutes, so it's kind of hard to convince them to do something else that's not Japanese mafia game.
Proceeding. No.
Like, I know, like, people really like the Yakuza series, and even the Yakuza fans are like, guys, can you slow down? Especially because these remasters you've been releasing have not really meant much. We don't need any more remasters. I think they said with this latest one, with the Yakuza 3 remaster being replaced with Yakuza, like, Kiwami 3. It's really hard to say what this is, because Yakuza 3 got a remaster, and then I got a remaster again. But that new version's supposed to be the last game in the, quote, Kiwami series, which is supposed to be the last, like, remastering of that style. And it's like, yeah, can we just stop? Yakuza has the Sonic problem now, where they're releasing those games every 5 minutes, which is exactly what happened back in like the 2000s, because that's all Sonic Team had, or all Sega had in general. It's just Sonic. But now it just feels like it's nothing but Yakuza. That's what killed the Sonic franchise for years. You don't want to do that for another franchise. Just use those other IPs you announced are actually coming back. And actually, you know, bring them back. I need a different item here. It's not that much better, unfortunately. Gotta see if I can get... Nope, I got pushed away. Never mind. I couldn't even get the single box. Dude, can I stop being pushed? Alright, at least I got the single box, I guess. Please be something good. King West, that's perfect. Go, 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 go! Jeez, that was way too close. If I didn't have the King Wisp, I would have got squashed at the line. Oh, nothing but monster truck in your rearview mirror is the fastest way to strike fear in someone's heart. At least that's a second place. I think if we got maybe 2 more placements up total on our team, we might have won that. So that was close. Guaranteed next match. Good to hear. So let's make this the best match of all time. Like, I don't even care. We just only need 3rd place. I'm shooting for the stars. Or I guess we got to put it in Sonic terms because that's the only language you can speak around here. You got to reach for the stars. None of these are really that great. Honestly, I'm gonna go random, because the only course I'm kind of partial to right now is Sand Palace, and even then I'm just kind of eh.
Sorry.
Well, at least if it's any of the 3, this was the one I was saying was the least bad for me. Hey, a point-up chance. Ooh. If we win this, that's definitely enough for me to get to my 1600. Let's push for it. Fortunately, this course doesn't really have that much in terms of trickable areas, so air trick is not going to matter until lap 3 here.
Proceeding.
The ending of lap 1 is where we're getting most of our tricks out, but until then, just that little pocket's all we get. Oh, come on, don't push me in the sand.
Proceeding.
Hopefully we get a good cross roll for the air trick, because this is not the map for tricking at all.
Help
Nope, I knew it. I knew it was gonna get pushed into Caterkiller. Didn't want to use that, but I had to. Alright, this is a decent cross roll for the tricking. Because the water section alone gives a lot of tricks.
Stay sharp. Go. Calculator. Calculator. Calculator.
Had a feeling I was gonna get hit with that. Use this now. Okay, I had like no speed going to the grass, so that little shortcut didn't actually work.
Stay sharp.
Normally, Oval Chat will give you at least some kind of off-terrain bonus so you don't slow down, but that just didn't matter. I had no speed. This is a really good setup. I want to hold this for now, though. This would be great for the ending.
Stay sharp. Calculator. Proceeding. Stay sharp.
That's a big shortcut. Why'd it put me over here? And now another one. Do this. Oh, no, 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 no. Dude. Alright, I got the tap boost from an ally. That kind of fixed it. Alright. What is that timing? I get out of the laser and I don't even have a second to breathe. Alright, second, fourth, and fifth is pretty good. It might still come down to the overall bonus, though, because, yeah, that's kind of close. No matter what team wins the bonus, they win. So we need Air Trick. Come on, Air Trick. 200... Where did they get 212? Holy crap. Well, at least we got second. I was wanting the point-up bonus, but, I can't win them all. I'm just mad about the Boom Boo. I've been screwed so much tonight by that Boom Boo. I don't want to see another ghost like that for the rest of this month. He's lucky there's only like 2 days left in the month. He really is. Is that enough for you, Ethan? I believe that should be enough points. The second place got us 33. Okay, good. And that's the final race. Yeah, no problem for helping out getting to the max. So now you get all the rewards, which is always nice to have, especially with over 2,000 tickets in the pool. A lot of tickets. And I got enough for another AI skin by the end of tonight, so 9,000 tickets is nothing to scoff at. It's a good amount. So I did pretty good too. But yeah, no, this was a lot of fun. Thanks for playing along. I'm glad to see these two Archie characters in a Sonic title in particular, because this is big for the series at this point. Archie characters have always been exclusive to the comics, but seeing Tangle and Whisper in this specific title gives me hope that maybe we can see more of the Archie-made characters start to get added into future Sonic titles. Like, it'd be nice to see these characters, for example, in a mainline Sonic game. And now, I'm hoping that Sega is putting these characters in this game, the Sonic team putting characters like this in this game. It's signs of, some stuff to come. This is really big for the Hedgehog. But, no, that was fun. Don't know when the next character is even going to drop for this, because we have no idea who would be even next. It would be another Sega character, probably, if I had to bet. But we don't know when. There's no other characters announced yet. There's nothing else in the character pick menu. Now you go in the menu here. There's nothing left on a timer. So we're going to get an announcement probably in the next couple of weeks of the next DLC batch. Next festival is probably going to happen mid to late March if I had to bet. It's going to be a whiles out. So it's fun to play this game for now. Will we visit it? I wouldn't be surprised during the next festival, which will be a couple weeks from now. But still, it was a lot of fun to play this in general. But let's go ahead at this point. I'm going to swap to the full feed to close this out. As now I can quit my game. Which will give me at least some of the volume back in my headphones. But no, this was a lot of fun tonight. But next week, going into a new month. We're going to be starting some new projects. I have a couple different ideas in mind, but you just have to wait until the announcement comes next week to see what is going to happen stream-wise. I will say, though, I'm very happy, at least with how tonight's stream went in terms of chat behavior, because these past few weeks have been very stressful for streaming-based things because of all the nonsense I've been dealing with on the YouTube side. I'm glad, YouTube, you behaved yourself tonight. We're going to leave that subscriber-only mode on for a while to weed out all the trolls, because we can't be dealing with that going forward. Otherwise, it's either that, where I have the subscriber 10-minute thing on the channel, or there would be no YouTube stream at all. Or just flat out disable the chat. And I don't want to disable chat, because then that defeats the purpose of streaming. So you have to at least be subscribed for 10 minutes on YouTube to chat on that platform, but 10 minutes is nothing. It's the same as the Twitch follower only mode limit. Just a few minutes of your time, you know exactly you want to be here by that time period. Maybe we'll shrink the timer, but even then, it kind of needs to be there for now after all the troublemakers we've been getting these past few weeks, because it's just too much to keep up with. So, with that said, that's going to do it, though, for tonight. I just want to at least thank the YouTube side for not being a mess for once. I swear, YouTube culture is a completely different culture from Twitch. It is a mess. So, we'll be back next week, like I said. Got a couple of different ideas, but you have to wait and see until the schedule comes out. See what we're streaming next week. But check out the Pikmin 2 series if you haven't already. Still going strong, and there's still a lot more left on that game to cover. Probably for another couple weeks worth, based on the rate we're going in these said caves. But that's all I got for you for tonight, so that said, I'm out of here. Thank you for watching, hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you back here next week. Take care and have a good night, everybody.